All right, guy from Wheel of Fortune. He's still kicking. I mean, they could just bring on the current Price is Right host, Drew Carey, right? They could just bring Drew Carey on. He could say Price is Wrong. Boom. All right, so I want to fix up just a couple things that we were doing. And yeah, I just wanted to test out the font. It's not bad, but I like ligatures personally. So we'll switch it back. Oh. Settings, font, Drama Sans. Yeah, way better. So yeah, we'll make some quick fixes to the overview page, right? The one that we were just seeing. Right? But that won't take us more than like 20 minutes or something, right? What I'm thinking is for quotas, we can get them side by side. Oh, I do need to look at what's going on with these. That part's a little weird. Yeah. So we have some fixes to make. What I'm really thinking is quotas will make 50% width, even though it does kind of like Bork and we start losing sections. I'm almost wondering if we get rid of the bottom graph. Right? And instead of quotas, it's quota utilization. Yeah, all right. Let's do some of that. All right, so this blue 5, that is part of the issue. And we actually just don't even need that bit. So series name label. Yeah, this is where the div goes. We'll just make it an explicit row, even though it's the default. I'm not sure about the gap. We do want to do a wrap. I think we do want to put a div around the bar chart. And that div will be LG W1/2. Our token is expired, so we gotta go do this. Ooh. Where is it? Here we go. All right, and then yeah, our gap there is getting us. So instead of gap, we can just do P2. Wait a minute. 7:30 a.m. I'm not making a 7:30 a.m. meeting. Dude, there's no way. Hold on. Who scheduled this meeting? Jesus, hold on. I'm not making a 7:30 a.m. meeting. I'm sorry. Like, no. If it was a client thing, maybe. It's all internal people at the company. Like, dude, there ain't no reason for that. All right. So yeah, a little bit of padding on it. Um, hold on. Why are these not? Uh, oh, I see. I see. Nah, this was the wrong place for that part. Yeah, that was the wrong thing to put it in. Or actually, no, we don't need that, I don't think. No, we definitely do. There we go. All right, and the height 150, we could probably crank down to, let's say, 120. That way we don't get too much of a pop in. I'm not sure if I like the with x-axis, y-axis being missing. All right, so then we go back to account stats. We got last week here. I'm going to say with y-axis is false. Right, that crunches us up a bit. I almost want like a line or something, like showing just like a sliver. That would be pretty good. I don't know. How do y'all feel about some of this so far? Right? In my opinion, we should still be showing like a line for these things or something, right? Like we should be showing the grid then, right? God, I just don't like, and this is probably just nitpicking that I should probably just ignore. But there's definitely something like styling wise. Yeah, what are some other ways we can customize it? Oh, we can do a minimum bar size. Ah, there we go. So that would help. That'll definitely help. I just think two and we're good. There we go. I like that. Hopping through the forest, yeah, scooping up the field mice and bopping them on the head. Yeah, that's a fun one. There's like a there's like an ending to that song though, right? Like there's like a moral. at the end of it, right? All right, so I think I like going back to grid axis none. I almost feel like maybe we need some kind of like bordering around the graphs. We did need a little bit of space. Damn, we could almost just set the minimum height to 1, and then, sure, it's a bit thin. Oh, but I think that works. Yeah. Then it's at least like, it's full. Yeah, I'm a collector. Damn right, batch coin. I know what you actually intended for people to pronounce it as. Butch coin, obviously, right? Maybe botch coin? No, I haven't to this guy. I'm not a big fan of shooters. The kind of shooters I like also don't lend themselves to that kind of game, right? Where it's you get in, get out, like Tarkov style. Because I like realistic bullet damage, which means you die very quickly if you're not playing tactically. So yeah, Hardcore Kill Confirmed is about the only first-person shooter that I really enjoy. Like the only mode in first-person shooters. Yeah, but I don't consider Stalker an actual like shooter that way because of the weird like monster bullshit. I don't like the monsters. If I'm playing a shooter against other people, I just want to play a shooter against other people. I have no idea we leave tonight. We don't do the framework war bullshit here, man. Use whatever you want. Just be productive. Right? The sussy is actually bringing that shit up, even though you had to agree no X versus Y here in chat before you could chat. If you're not reading the rules in a stream before you chat, it's not a good sign. What's up, Fallen? How you doing? Oh, you've been following for a while, actually. Pretty sure we still had that rule back then, though. Because people don't have any other valid opinions. They just want something else to argue about. It's a way of making people think you're smart. So yeah, I like that min bar size. I think I want to do that by default for all of the bar charts. Exactly. Which definitely just means that they're devoid of any actual opinions themselves. All right, real quick. You have a database design question. You feel like API tokens, right, like API keys, should be attached to a user like the password, or should it be in its own table that is related to the user? Related to the user, so they can have more than one. Right? Because you're going to have maybe different scopes they can allow for those tokens. They're going to want to set it up for, like, look at it this way. Does it actually need to be associated with the user, or should it actually be associated with the business or the organization? Because if you're not designing based around an organization, you're probably already making a huge database design mistake. You should be able to invite people to your org to share those keys. I can't think of any API system, unless like maybe Twitter or social media, where you're not going to have an org, maybe. But very, very few software as a service doesn't have the idea of a team or an organization. Seems to me like the key should probably be scoped to the org. So yeah, for the most part, an application should be thinking at a team or organization level, and you need a reason not to at this point. For SSO, I'm still struggling to understand what you mean by that. Like, do you mean, here's the big thing. Do you mean SSO like OAuth? Because you don't have a key to store for that. Wait. Hold on. Are you saying like a user signs into Google, you get the Google token or something? You shouldn't be storing that token at all in your database. Like, that's one big thing. You should not be storing that token. Right? You can store it on the client. That's an okay enough approach. But yeah, I think most API like terms of service even say you shouldn't be storing that token. Like for Twitch, they have rules against how long you store an access token. I think it's like 48 hours max. And even then, I still don't think it belongs in your database. There are cases for it, but they're the exception, not the rule. All right, so I think we got min bar size everywhere now. Ooh, looks like that one's broken still. Yeah, so this graph, blowing it. And yeah, I still probably want to put these like side by side instead. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing? Oof, you caught the flu? That's no good. That's a bummer. Oh, wait. Cancel. Damn, was there no other time they could have picked on Wednesday? Well, I'm the one that pushed back. That's my fault. And yeah. Okay, so number one, I think we're also, right, we're doing like the past week, but we're getting 8 days instead of 7. Ugh. Body hurts like you lost a bar fight. Yep. That's your immune system cranking up the heat. So we're doing this as a flex call. This is gonna be a flex row. With a flex wrap. Ah, and that was the mistakes. No, this stays as a flex call. We do that wrapping. Okay. All right, so I like the idea of condensing this down a bit. Yeah, so the fact that this is empty is a problem. We got to look into why the data's coming back wrong for that. But I kind of like what we're doing so far. I think the balance name. And instead of UTC, maybe that's where we put the labels. So this one, the first one is payments. Yeah, and maybe we get rid of the last week and monthly. Maybe make them SR only. And then we just set like the labels there. Right? We probably need a label for that. Yeah, okay. Let's do that real quick. I don't like how the x-axis label, right, for like the section. Right, like I don't actually want to label the bar. Oh, okay. So we do with x-axis like that maybe, and then we do bar props. Oh, position inside? I don't think we've looked at that yet. Oof, but I hate it. So that label doesn't kick in for that part. Mm. Yeah, no. So I like that. Quota utilization. Yeah, okay. So I like that we condensed it down a bit. Right, and then from here, x-axis label monthly and daily. Or let's just say last week. Okay, so this is looking a little better to me. I think I still like the idea of removing the axis stuff, right? Because this isn't meant to be like the big full like graph. This is just meant to give you like an overview. And we should think about how we like link out to other pages from here. How do we feel about this? What I'm tempted to do is massively decrease the font size of this because I think it's ephemeral and you can get like the same data from mousing over. So it'll still be there for screen readers, but we can just make it smaller and then we won't have the gaps. And then we can add them back for this too. Oh. All right, so bar value label, meh. So it looks like we have to pass like a custom label element. Uh, if set a string or number, label will be drawn and the option is content. Let's try it with transactions real quick. So it's the tick value. Yeah, I just don't think it gives us enough control over the rendering. So that is definitely like a flaw to using a wrapper on top of what is a wrapper already, right? Mantine's wrapper over recharts already takes away some of the stuff we can style, but then recharts also doesn't necessarily give us the full access that we want. So worst case scenario, we do x-axis label none, right? False. Or with x-axis false. And then we move just the payments and transactions titles above and center it. But then it's inconsistent with what we're doing here, but maybe that's fine. I don't know, I just don't like the gaps in there. I wish I could configure that a little bit better. And there is definitely like a class I could do, right? If we look at it again. Cartesian axis tick value. I think so. Recording like my YouTube videos and speaking at conferences and a lot of that stuff I think helped as well. That doesn't even seem to be kicking in. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we weren't actually using that, which is annoying, but also the font sizing doesn't actually determine if we want to show the label for that element anyway. So the way they're doing that calculation, yeah, they're using JavaScript to figure it out, and JavaScript is not aware of our CSS override. Oh, Okay, so interval is what I'm looking for. Hey, and that does it. Okay, perfect. Hey, what's up, Space Case? Appreciate you. All right, so it renders, but it's teeny tiny. Mm, we could just condense the overdrafted columns. That would definitely help us out. Yeah, so I'd say right, we've got some stuff in there. This might be a bit much. We'll leave that. Let me get more music going. I'd call that good. And maybe this brings up the point that a bar chart's actually not the right thing for utilization. right? Instead of chunking people into buckets of 20%, maybe we do a line graph. I don't know. I think we've toyed enough with this for now. We should look at why these values are coming back like that, which is a problem. But other than that, I'd say, yeah, I'm okay with what we got here so far. This feels like a fine graph for me. Or not graph, but like overview page. All right, so when it comes to sandbox data, right? Sandbox versus production data. Do we actually want users, right, to be scoped differently based upon sandbox versus production? I don't think we do, right? If you've got write permission, you've got write permission. I think that makes a lot of sense to me. So yeah, if you have write permission, you have write permission. You know, if you don't want someone making production changes, make the changes for them as someone with write permission. Oh, and yeah, let's look at this data real quick. What the hell is coming back? We go network here, we do a refresh, right? There's a lot of like stat stuff coming back. We're not sure which stats it is yet. Payments stats. Those are options requests. It's so weird to me that the options requests are resolving after the get request. But okay. Okay, so we just have, okay, we got a quick bug to fix here, and then, yeah, we start thinking about the permission stuff. Because I think the permission stuff is important, and it leads into how we consider sandboxing as well. Nope, wrong button. Oh, no. Okay, so the data is coming back for month. It's not coming back for today. Oh, because these are actually wrong. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah. So it's stats dot month. Oh, it is dot utilization. But it's just not utilization. Wait a minute. Yeah, that's for balances. I'm looking at the wrong one. Yeah, I need to be looking at quotas. Oh, and that's the problem. No, no, I do want it to be for yeah, brain fart. Okay, so this is balance transactions. There. We want balance payments. Payments is the one that was loading. It's balance transactions that is not. Okay, hold on. Let's back up. Okay, so I had those backwards. That's the payments. This is transactions. And we shouldn't be doing today. We should be doing. There we go. And month is totally wrong. We should be saying week. So yeah, all right, let's go fix that from the back end now. And yeah, this is just the big problem we have with we're being a little like fast and loose with our types for this like stat stuff because I'm not sure what stats are actually relevant. So like caring about the type safety for it hasn't been a big concern, but it probably should be. We wouldn't have had these bugs, you know? I'm going to leave that in my notes because I don't know if we care that much about it right now. Right? It's probably something we can just knock out. Stats are mislabeled as month when it's. Here's actually the thing. It is this month. So I think those are actually correct. So actually, no, it is this month's data. We don't have any other transactions because we haven't done any transactions this month. That's a big part of it. So this is actually balance stats because, right, like your monthly balance is probably less important because, yeah, like anything that would reset monthly or whatever, that's more of like a quota problem. I don't think balances should reset. Okay, so then, yes, our next task. Implement permissions into the UI to prevent users from attempting actions they can't do anyway. So that raises the concern, how often should we be fetching our users' data? And thank you for the follow, Darth Kittler and 420 Killer Panda. Thank you for those follows. Welcome. Are you? It seems about the same to me. Yeah, I don't know. I think the names seem about the same. Bartek. Thank you for the raid. Minecraft SMPRP? What is that? And yeah, how's it going? Welcome. Okay, what were you up to on your stream? You're doing leak code. Oh, cool. Okay. So yeah, what you been up to, Bartek? Like, what leak code problem were you working on? Thank you. All right, so yeah, the overview page, I'd say we're good enough for now. There's definitely a lot I want to fix about it, but it's just not something I want to spend too much time on right now. So the next thing we're thinking about is, as a user, if we go to settings, we can see that we have other users added that we probably want to like report within the UI things that they can and can't do. So, right, a user with read only access or write only access would not be able to invite other users. They would not be able to create, well, that part I'm less sure of. We'll see about creating an API key. Write access should probably be able to do the API key and the branding stuff, but we'll think about that. There was someone who completed almost every problem on LeetCode works at Google. Are you talking about uh, Midnight Simon? I feel like he's probably done most of them. There's also another person who does pretty much only LeetCode stuff. I don't know if they use LeetCode specifically or if it's another platform. Yeah, Chi Codes. Yep. I think that's how you pronounce his name. Starts with a P. Oh, I'm not sure. Yeah, might be someone totally different. I think LeetCode's important if you're trying to get a job because they will inevitably ask you that kind of BS. Well, hold on. Oh, I had not heard of Castos. Ah, okay. So yeah, create multiple shows. All right, Castos is a podcast hosting platform I have not heard of, which it does look like it checks all the boxes. Okay, yeah, I think that works. Yeah, the Apple Spotify thing is huge. All right, cool. So yeah, looks like we figured out a place to do our hosting. So that's good. Anyway, sorry, work got me distracted. Let me double check some of this other stuff. You've done pretty much none and don't work at Google, so the math checks out. There you go. Yeah. No, Google's actually like the originator of like the leak code style interview. Right? Like every company that does it is just copying Google's playbook. You just spent 30 minutes figuring or trying to figure out why your editor wasn't respecting ESLint or Prettier. Was it the right folder? Time to speedrun. First one to solve using all languages. Give you a few years. There you go. All languages? You got to draw the line somewhere. Right? Like the Tyobe top 100 or something. And Fallen, did I guess it? You were just in the wrong folder. Dude, I've done that one. No stress. Oh, there you go, Crispy. Yeah, I'm a little curious about like an all-in-one. It makes a lot of sense, but it also sounds like it could be really chaotic if things go wrong. Right? Like just a front-loading washer seems a little trickier to me. For a dryer, it makes sense because you're just drying, but like all that water front loaded sounds like a real easy way for a seal to blow out, and then you got a water problem. So yeah, that's my biggest concern, right? Like a front loading washer does sound like a tough decision to me. But, you know, if it works, it works. Okay, so back to what we're discussing here. All right, so yeah. Sorry, work thing real quick. Copy link. Front loaded washers clean better all around? Yeah, I'm less concerned about the cleanliness problem. Should have minimal leakage if the seal gets torn or beat up. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. I'm a skeptic. Keep in mind, I've had a washer that was a top loader that leaked as well. So, you know, you'll never solve the problem completely. Instead of getting a new washer, we did all sorts of weird shenanigans where like I would get towels to like route the water into a bucket and then just like, you know, make sure there's good airflow in that room. Probably should have just bought a new washer. Because it was like leaking out the side, like the top seal on the side. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, shit. Sounds like a nice idea. And then basically you just put it in, press the button, and when it's done washing, it kicks it into dryer mode automatically, right? That sounds great. I can't tell you how many times I've left stuff in the washer and forgot about it for a few hours before I throw it into the dryer. Or you leave it in too long and it gets real musty. But yeah, so the thing I want to do then is we have to think about permissions. The easiest way to do permissions, can't open the dryer until the cycle is done. Oh, that can be annoying. Yeah, that could be annoying, right? You just want to pull something out early. Yeah, yeah, that sounds like a valid concern. But yeah, basically permissions. Like, how often do we want the user to be able to fetch their permissions, or how often do we want to fetch it for them to like reload and give them access? So it's basically coming down to we could make it a like login based thing, which I know a lot of companies do. So we attach it to the token and then we just have it. As long as it's a valid token, you've got your permissions embedded. If you change someone's permissions, they log out and back in again. It's definitely an option. If we go to user settings, if you go to user settings, then we'd want to display like what businesses you're a part of. Like you should be able to like leave a business from this page. So that's something we need to add to the user settings page. What that means is that we're probably also going to be fetching permissions. So when we fetch a list of businesses for a user, we can also fetch the list of permissions. And because we're fetching businesses on like the initial page load, if they just do a hard refresh, then it solves their problem. So I think that's where we want to do that, right? When a user fetches the businesses they have access to, their permissions for those businesses should be embedded. I like that. So then we don't have to worry about forcing a logout. We don't even have to really worry about like some type of like refetch mechanism because we're just doing it when they load initially anyway. So a hard refresh would do it. Even a regular refresh would do it. Which is the mechanism most people would go for anyway. And then when we update permissions at the admin side, we just have a quick little message like the user may have to refresh their page to see changes. Boom. I like that. Oh, yeah, I like that. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a good path forward. Looks like a Laravel project? No. Why, is that just because like the form fields are so like big and taking up a bunch of space? I'm curious how you identify a Laravel project. This is pretty standard. This is something you'd see in pretty much any form framework. Right? Like to me, that strikes me as Laravel is the first full stack framework you've used. Because you'd have the same thing with any PHP full stack framework, Ruby on Rails, etc. Pretty sure you'd get the same out of like Nest.js. I think Next.js and V0 opt for a lot of the same kind of stuff. So I don't know. I think your bias is showing. Which is fine. We've seen worse bias. Ruby is a car, not a train? In what context is Ruby a car? Is that like one of the cars from the movie Cars? The most efficient way to ship mined rubies is probably still Rail. Started Laravel a month ago. Yeah, no worries, Jerome. I'm just pointing out, like, pretty much any full stack framework you go for where you're basically just rendering out forms that some backend like Laravel or Ruby on Rails or whatever rendered, the default's going to end up being like the full width form style. And yeah, I agree. It doesn't look that great. There's probably more we could do. We just don't have much data for the user to set, so we can't even add like another field. When I say full stack framework, I mean like the framework is handling the rendering of things too. I don't actually use those. I haven't used a full stack framework like that besides like Next.js or Remix. Those are technically full stack frameworks, but I would consider them more like middleware type frameworks where like you still wouldn't want to have them manage the entire database, in my opinion. I think making a REST API with Next.js is a big mistake, whereas it's fine with Laravel. So that's what I mean by full stack. I think Next.js and Remix and a lot of those end up being better at like the front end and then like a middle end, but you should probably still have like a canonical back end that is separate. So that's the main thing I'm getting at, right? So when I talk about a full stack framework, I mean you're going to build your REST API with it, but it's also handling rendering your forms and all that junk. And I haven't done any of that, dude, for like 10 years. I just, there's just so much more value you can get from something that is CDNable, such as static assets and then just fetching from an API. And you can still get caching. right? You can still have like SEO in front of that as well. But yeah, I would still say it's worth learning and understanding. And then when you start recognizing the reason to separate your API from the thing that renders the data from the API, it'll make a lot of sense. Okay, so real quick, anyone here that like listens to podcasts on a regular basis? And what up, Pilo? How you doing? Um, does Spotify only do audio, or do they support video podcasts too? I think they're just only audio, right? So when it comes to like video podcasts, is YouTube it? Like, is that the only place where video podcasts even make sense? Oh, Spotify does have video. Okay. Okay, so Spotify does video as well. Got it, got it. Okay, okay. I would guess Apple then is just audio. Okay. So yeah. Like I don't listen to podcasts. Apple also supports video? Okay. Yeah, if you can check the Apple thing, that would be great. Yeah, I'm just unaware. So yeah, I'm like out of my element. Like, yeah, yet another example of am I really the right person to make content if I don't actually consume content that I'm making? Like, in the same categories, etc. I don't watch that many streams either. There's a few, but it's usually not something I'll do while I'm trying to like get stuff done. Yeah, I don't know. I need to start dog fooding streams a lot more. Like not my own streams. Noise cancellation? No, right? Like if you're in an open office or something. I get that. Yeah, I totally get that. All right. So I still got some of the mictors left. I could just do the mictors, but man, it's like a 94 percenter. So let's do something chiller. Cause yeah, I'd say it's 4:30 ish. Don't want to overdo it. But yeah, I don't know. We're basically in like brainstorming mode, so I like to make sure that I'm letting the thoughts flow. Okay. Yeah, I might. So one of the big selling points for this Cast OS platform we're looking at is that it could integrate directly with our WordPress site, and we could maintain a web page that matches our branding, and we get some of that sweet SEO and all that stuff. Um, the big thing is like, yeah, I might need to create like a throwaway WordPress site just to test out the plugin, which is fine. So yeah, I'm gonna have to give that a shot. Oh, and I went to Costco today. Picked up some more of that pho that I really like. It's like a microwavable pho. Really, all I need are like the flavor packets. So I might have to like hit up that brand's website and see if there's like bulk flavor packets I can buy. Cause like the rice noodles for pho, you can buy that in bulk super cheap. So yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. But okay, let's actually break down this part into steps. Right? Step one, add businesses to user settings. Actually, step one is add users permissions to the businesses get endpoint. That'll be our first step. And the step after that is add those businesses to the user settings page. The combo counter is from Power Mode, which is just a fun browser extension, or not browser, VS Code extension. Oh, Power Code. Oops. There we go. It's also responsible for like the much logic, so technology, much solid kind of stuff. So yeah, add businesses to the user settings page. What pages / buttons they can access. So that's our big 3 steps. I think we can probably knock these 2 out today for sure. And then this one's going to be like an ongoing couple day kind of effort. When you have more than 10 seasonings, you give up on the recipes. I'm not sure what's actually in the seasoning packets for the pho stuff. I just like it because it's not like a carton of pre-mixed like pho broth or whatever. I don't need that. Right? Like, why ship the water? Just give me the powder I sprinkle in, because the stuff that I got is really good. So yeah, pho broth powder. And then they got like the freeze dried or just dried out like veggie mix that you can pour in too. And then there's like some chili oil. But I can get a thing of chili oil. The dried out veggies would be nice. I wonder if there's anyone that makes a mix of those. That would be pretty good. I know they're not as healthy, but man, veggies just go bad so quick. Okay, so let's actually add user permissions to the get endpoints, the get endpoint for fetching businesses. But hold up. Technically, let's commit what we got. Flash freeze instead of dried? Yeah, I could see that. Probably healthier than dried. Oh, yep. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Einstein. So Jerome, I don't stream from my Mac. I have a stream PC. If you are looking at building a stream PC, make sure it's at least a 20 series graphics card in a stream PC. You can get a 2050, which would be fine. 2060, a little better. But all you're going for with a 20 series graphics card for streaming is getting like their version 2 of their video encoder, because that's its own separate chip. So it runs separate from like your CPU, separate from the graphics card working. Yeah. A 10 series would work fine, but it's an older version of the encoder. So to get the best performance out of the encoding, right? Because then in OBS, there's a setting for like the encoder you want to pick, and there's the NVENC encoder. That is the thing to like use specifically that chip on NVIDIA cards. Otherwise, you'll be chewing up CPU cycles from the stream PC. And, there's more to it. Freeze drying would be better than dehydrating. Sure. When you do a freeze dry, do you still have to keep it cold? I would guess, yeah. If it's something you could keep in your pantry instead of the fridge, though, that would be like even better. Freeze dried candy. I don't think I've had freeze dried candy. And yeah, Eisenheim. This background, right? You can get that shader going for Ghosty. Freeze dried Skittles. Skittles have moisture in them already. Like, aren't Skittles already dry? So yeah, I'm using Ghosty, but Ghosty allows you to add a shader as your background. It's still very early access, so, you know, your mileage may vary. It's working for me. When you freeze dry Skittles, they puff up. Oh, really? So then they're like not as like dense, so you can just like crunch through them. Skittles are moist? I mean, while you're chewing them, yeah. No, I guess, yeah, because you can like squeeze them between your fingers. Right? So there is moisture in a Skittle. You're right. Right? Have you ever had a really bad, like, way too old Skittle and you almost break your teeth on it? So yeah, good call. Take it easy there, Crispy. Let's not get gross. Yeah, that's fine, Eisenheim. 1 second. Let me make sure. Yeah, you're good. So I guess the big thing is I need a freeze dryer, huh? Nice GitHub. You mean like my profile? Yeah, I got a lot of shit in there. I haven't done anything really to like sort and filter it or like look at my profile in any major way. Like, yeah, I should probably do something. The amount of tabs that are open. I'm a collector, man. I'm a collector. All right, hold on. Let's take a quick look at these. Oh, that's what happens when they puff up? Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check that out. Or I just need to get like a freeze dryer. Damn, I'm not spending $2,000. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Harvest right? You're saying the big one, right? The big one. Yeah, from $60 to 6K. Yeah, no, I'd probably get a cheap one just to try it out. $1.6 grand. Yeah, no, I'm not spending that. No, hell no. But I do like the idea of taking veggies, freeze drying them into like specific like mixes. That's not a bad idea. That is really not a bad idea. Jeez, yeah, the prices go crazy though. Oh, and some of them you have to like hook them up to a separate like vacuum pump and all that stuff. Okay. No such thing as a cheap freeze dryer? I mean, they had some cheap ones. I just don't know if they're actually good. There's a big difference. I'd rather spend like $100 on one that doesn't last too long so I can prove out the idea. But basically, after you freeze dried stuff, you don't need to. Right? Like, after you freeze dried it, you don't need to keep it cool anymore, right? Or like cold. You can just keep it like cool in a pantry. Is that the case? Because if so, damn. Yeah, that's something I need to do. There's all sorts of stuff I could do with that. And freeze dried maintains more nutrients than just pure dehydration, right? Oh, probably just a dehydrator. Oh, okay. All right. Well, whatever. Anyway, back to it. So, yeah, this endpoint. Yeah, I'd have to really look at when the return on investment would be for getting a freeze dryer then. I could become a homesteader in my apartment. Exactly, right? I mean, the goal is to not live in an apartment forever, but where I would move that would be cheap enough, that would be tough. Because I definitely want to have like a greenhouse for like fresh veggies, and then I can freeze dry the veggies. I got one of those like countertop like hydroponic systems for like herbs and stuff, but they just overgrow so quickly. But then like some things don't fit under it very well. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's actually very few things that fit underneath those like countertop herb gardens. I know, I know. I could freeze dry the herbs. Boom. Problem solved. But you got to be like really on top of like the pruning. That's the part where I fall down. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's just a dehydrator, cocoa, right? So you could do that. But I believe the heat drying process actually means like less nutrients stay in it because of the breakdown process of the heat. It would take a long time for it to be worth the 2K. Yeah, yeah. I mean, for like home stuff, yes. But if I could turn it into something where I could sell it online as well, then, you know, maybe we're all right. Or maybe sell it to a business. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I could sell freeze dried Skittles. I could sell freeze dried all sorts of shit. Hold on, wait. How many quail does it take to throw a quail party? Yeah, exactly, right? Like, I could have a market. We could make that happen. There's probably some licensing issues, right? Like for selling foodstuffs. So we'd have to look into that a bit. Black market freeze dried Skittles. Exactly, right? Like, we've got a customer already. Right? There you go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I could corner the market. Yeah, they're not Skittles, they're just rainbow sugar candy. We don't want to get sued. Just think of all the other things we could try to freeze dry. How long does it take to freeze dry something, actually? I'm curious about that. Oh, we're already passing the roll with the business anyway? Did I set myself up for this? And I just forgot? It's like this guy smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Ugh, we've already got it. We're there, man. We're there, man. All right. Well, that solves the problem for us. Shit. It's like I was thinking ahead 5 months ago or something. That doesn't sound like me. I know, right, Teach Coder? Like, geez. Man. Yeah, 5 months ago, me. Good job, buddy. What a dude. Let me get more music going. Okay, so we have that endpoint. We're good. All right. So now let's go to the user settings page then. In 1 to 2 hours instead. All right. Man, I struggle to think of how chubby I would get if I had an endless supply of Skittles at home. I don't even keep potato chips in the house because I will demolish a bag of chips in a day. Like in one sitting kind of thing. Yeah. No virtue without temptation? Yeah, I got no virtue for the fact that I don't eat potato chips that much. Because I don't have the temptation, because I don't keep them on hand. And when I do, they don't last long enough for it to be a problem. Except that's kind of a problem. You've done this experiment with Twizzlers. It didn't go well. Right? Oh, I'll just stock up on them. That way I have them for a while. No, it just means you eat way more in the same time span. If you had junk food in the house, you would eat junk food in the house. Like, that's how that works, you know? Yep, that is just exactly how that works. A Timu freeze dryer? I'm not trying to burn down the apartment building. You did it last year with Reese's Peanut Butter Cups Easter eggs. Got a bag from Costco and it didn't make it the rest of the day. Oh, dude. Yeah. That was the thing we would do in our family a lot too. Like, oh no, it's the day after Easter. We'll stock up on those Cadbury Robin eggs or whatever. And they're gone. Like that. Vanished. Where'd they go? Mixed with Timo. Like, no big deal. Yeah. Like, what could go wrong? Your stomach hurt for a few days. Oh, I bet, dude. All right. So this is a table. It's not going to be our table wrapper. It's just a standard table. Homemade fruit leather? Yeah. Oh, there's all sorts of stuff we could do. Yeah, jerky would be a good move. Can you do jerky with a freeze dryer instead? Or do you just have to do straight up dehydrator? I guess you'd want to cook it first and then you could freeze dry it maybe. But you're better off just dehydrating. Actually, I don't know. Do you cook it before you dehydrate anyways? I would kind of guess yeah. It's not a bad idea. That's what I thought. I don't know, man. I've never made jerky. I have no idea. I like it. It's delicious, but I've never made it. So we need to bring in businesses on this page. We're not doing that part yet. How you can make a freeze dryer? Well, hold on. Carsees, you should be able to post links. Wow, dude, Carsees, you've been following for as long as you've been following, and you've never tried to post a link? That's cool, man. Ah, that's cool. Okay, I guess 2022. I thought it was longer than that. I could have sworn it was longer than that. Damn it. No, no, no. Don't go away. No, I don't want to play the video. Son of a bitch. Okay, well, no. The joke still works. How to build a fucking ad. No, I don't want it to skip the ad, you son of a bitch. Hold on, if I refresh it. Nah, damn it. When I loaded up the tab, and hold on, I actually want to get that going still. When I loaded up the tab, the first one showed like the Shenyun, like, it's like a show that you go see. It's like Cirque du Soleil, but Chinese instead. I think Chinese. I could be wrong. It showed that, but like the lady they were interviewing at the beginning of the ad, she looked like she had been freeze dried. And then it changed and YouTube did some bullshit. And it brought up the only murders in the building. And I was like, oh, wait, no, it'll still work for Martin Short. He looks like he's been freeze-dried as well. But they fucked it up, you know? They fucked up a really good joke. Come on, YouTube. Come on, figure it out. I know, right? We obviously need a freeze dryer sponsorship. Just due to the business that we're bringing to the industry. Come on. Hey, freeze dryer companies, did you see a massive spike in Google searching today? Sponsor me. Ask to be an affiliate? Probably. Hey, if I refer like 10 purchases, I get a free one, right? You get those all the time asking for free things? No, I'd write the email earnestly. I don't know if you guys know this. You can just ask for things and sometimes they give them to you. It's kind of crazy. It's how I got sponsored wax from One Ball J. It's how I got free Chronic energy drinks and free Rockstar energy drinks. I'm trying to think. It's how I got us like a bunch of free like Smith gear for our terrain park crew when I was like night manager and stuff. Yeah, you can just send an email. You know, like whatever. Worst case scenario, they ignore you. Second worst case scenario, they say no, and then they say yes. Oh my god, there's like three outcomes to that. You can just ask for things. It's kind of cool. There are people at those companies paid to find opportunities like that. You're kind of doing their job for them. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, no. You write like a real email, right? I know ChatGPT would be quicker, but Chris GPT is actually kind of decent. I can bullshit. You know how I know this? I was able to write every single essay I ever wrote for school the day before it was due. I've been training for this my whole life. Hold on. I'm into this. I think that's a solid tweet. Eh. It's coming along great. Okay, so here's something I just realized. We have this settings page, and we have some components at the bottom. One of those components actually needs to pop out. Right? So the environment pill, no, but the user status pill, yeah. Oh, not user status, user role pill. Damn. Okay. For some reason, Crispy, I thought you were still talking about like Chris GPT. Well, you're right. I have turned into the XL model, and I probably could do 40 or 50 pounds of food at a time. I definitely couldn't. No. Please no. But it was a funny joke in my head until I realized you're still talking about the freeze dryer. You're right. I am the XL model now. Yeah, no worries, killer. Have a good one. I make great background noise, just saying. $4 years of your life paying off a freeze dryer. No, thank you. I'm good. You're talking about Chris GPT still. There you go. All right, touche. Nailed it then. That was the payment for your first car. I've never done payments for a car. I would never do payments for a car. I don't trust it. No, thank you. Right? Because you wreck the car, you still got to make the payments. That would be like my nightmare. So yeah, that's a big old note from me. I don't finance anything. I'll eventually have to get a mortgage, but that's about it. And I just did the math earlier today while I was driving. I'm on 10 years of owning my current car that I paid $4,000 for. Massive return on investment for that thing. I did also do an engine replacement that was about $3,000. So it's like a $7,000 car. But it was a Subaru Subaru Legacy, a 1995, which is like right before they stopped doing that body line, which means it like at the end of a body line is the most reliable that car is ever going to get. Right? They like iterate on it. You never get the first year of a new body line. You just don't do it. It's a really bad idea. It had 114,000 miles on it when I bought it, and it's at like 170 now. This is a car that could easily go 280K. I'll pass this car on to my kids if I have kids. All right, so we get that in there. Yeah, and here's the funniest part. This is the most expensive car I've ever owned. Prior to that, I've owned like $500 Subarus, $1,000 Subarus. I paid $1,500 for my first van. I paid $800 for the van after that. You want to know what my favorite car I've ever owned was? It was probably it was like a 1985, maybe 86 Toyota Tercel SR5. These fuckers. Dude, oh, it was like that exact same color too. Mine was in much worse condition. It's basically a Subaru with more headroom. Right? But dude, this thing, right? It's four-wheel drive that you got to like click into, so it wasn't all-wheel drive all the time, which meant that you got better gas mileage in the city when you were just in two-wheel. But this thing had actually a wheel bearing where the wheel was about to fall off. Right? The brakes were out, like, because the wheel bearing had severed the brakes and broken the pressure system there. When I was bringing it to the shop at Stevens Pass, because I worked in Terrain Park shared the mechanic shop. They let me work on my car in the mechanic shop, which was awesome. I'm sitting there. There's like a foot and a half, 2 feet of snow on the ground. There's trucks getting stuck. And I'm sitting there just rallying right through the snow to get up to the shack. It was like really hilarious to me. This old beater piece of shit that I paid $500 for was able to outmaneuver $50,000 trucks in the Stevens Pass parking lot. So car seats, keep in mind, they are not all wheel. They are four wheel. It was four wheel you had to actually like click into. But still, really good. All right, so back to it. Oh, damn, Sousa Dev is killing it. Hell yeah, buddy. Acorn's killing it too. Man, the Portuguese streams are going off right now. That's crazy. Yeah, you don't mind hitting something with it. Yeah, yeah. I have a Subaru that I don't mind hitting stuff with. Absolutely. Oh. What is an MGB? I'm unfamiliar. It's a British sports car? Oh, okay. Hmm. How do I tell it I know better for this part? Where's that union value coming from? Wait, what about the Woodford Fund? Did you just resub? Ah, there you go. Thank you, Mr. Sir. We're on some Basil Hayden right now. Sub goal completed. Thank you. I'm not sure what I should be doing to like hype those up better. Hold on. All right, so we got a couple people liking the tweet, or not the tweet, the message over on Blue Sky. One person on Twitter. Damn, Twitter's just burying me these days. I think the Twitter algorithm realized I lean left. Like, I get more engagement from LinkedIn these days. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? No worries there, config. Appreciate it. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know. There was someone we were interviewing at Get Kraken that I think would have been actually a really good fit for the role. That people were hesitant on, and yeah, like, you know what? They got a role somewhere else, and I think it's a better role, and probably my guess would be pays better than the role we were going to be able to give them anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I think they would have been really great to work with. I think they would have killed it in the role. They're going to kill it wherever they are. So yeah, stoked for them. So yeah, now we just got to interview other people now. Is what it is. I personally think we should have pulled the trigger, but I also don't like to influence it because I am biased because I know them a little bit from streaming. But yeah, I also don't know if we would have been paying what they're worth. I have no idea what the salary for the role is. I'm not in those talks. Um, right. I just don't want to spend too much time figuring out the type safety of that. It's just not worth it. Yeah, I'm getting better engagement from Blue Sky these days over Twitter as well. That's kind of cool, man. I wish Blue Sky had like an algorithm of some kind to help expose your content to people that don't just follow you. I think there are products and things trying to do that, but it would be like a whole separate thing that you do. which I think is fine because it's not like Blue Sky is trying to sell ads or anything anyway. So instead, some other thing that sips from the Blue Sky fire hose can establish ads to cover their bills for running an algorithm over that stuff, which I think then becomes valuable. So then the goal is who wants to become like the official algorithm for Blue Sky, right? To help you see like content that you wouldn't normally see. Because I think that is valuable. There is a lot of like good content I've seen in the past on Twitter. Doesn't mean it's the case anymore. How was Star Wars Sunday? You mean yesterday was Star Wars Sunday? Yeah, no, they're like their censorship and like algorithm stuff there on Twitter is really bad for sure. But Ladle, what you talking about? And real quick, hold on. I have to use the restroom. I also need to get some beef thawing because I'm gonna have some pho tonight. But I need that beef thawed so I can actually eat it. So yeah, let me go get it into some water. BRB, one sec. Ooh, and I just realized I need more water too. BRB, gotta pour that. Okay, and I'm back. Okay, so Star Wars Sunday is a you thing. Okay, cool. I don't know how anyone else would have understood that, but okay. What's up, Matar? How you doing? Is there any other data for the business that we care about other than the name and role? It is a little too spaced out for my liking. If we just had like one or two more things in here, that would be good. The back end is TypeScript. Hold on, let me look at what I got for meetings tomorrow. I got something chill at 9:45. So it's AWS Lambda based. So I'm using a wrapper around Architect, which is a Lambda wrapper itself. So nope, nothing like Express or Next at all. Lambda is incredibly cheap. You only pay for what you use. I don't know. It's a combination. I should probably record a YouTube video or something about how I got into programming, and then I could just link people to it. But I don't feel like getting into my life story right now. Yeah, we'll leave it at this. Being able to leave a business is something we can tackle later. As the owner of a business, yeah, I think there's more we could do. Just surfacing the owner and all that stuff is worthwhile. We call that good. What we could do is set like a max width. We can make it striped as well. We should probably make all of our tables striped, actually. So yeah, you don't need to repaste what you said. I can read it. But yeah, they thought you were pasting a link with the ASP.NET thing. I feel like ASP is outdated. Are there a lot of jobs available for ASP where you're at? Because I would recommend looking into maybe like pure C sharp. As far as I know, ASP is kind of deprecated, but I could be wrong. Like who here does Windows like development, right? Like C sharp, etc. as like their main thing. Is ASP.NET still relevant? Yeah, like the net core stuff and all that. ASP.NET Core is still a thing? Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware that ASP was relevant anymore. Okay, so it's one of the number one things in the Middle East. Are you sure it's ASP and it's not just .NET in general? You know better than I do, right? So I'm not trying to dissuade you. I think I just misunderstood that entire ecosystem. Like I know .NET Core is huge. I was not aware of ASP.NET still being a thing. But it could be legacy stuff. It could be like all sorts of reasons. I'm just trying to understand it. That's all. But it does seem like you've done your research, and that's huge there, Matar. Good call. .NET Framework still has 9 years. And when you say .NET Framework, is that like ASP? Because I assume .NET Core will be around for a long time. But maybe not. Like you're saying .NET in general? Okay, so ASP Web Forms still has 9 years. So yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. No worries. .NET Core is all the new stuff. Yep. And then there's ASP.NET Core, which is extra confusing. All right, there's the age-old joke, like how to count to 10 in Windows. 1, 3.1, 95, 98, ME, XP, 7, 8, 10. All right. You know, there's that joke, which is fun. Oh, I did miss Vista. No. Nobody misses Vista. Boom. I actually made that joke and didn't even mean to do it. You're right. I forgot 2000. Yeah. I forgot NT, right? NT4. Right? I missed Vista? No, nobody misses Vista. Boom, roasted. I said ME. I did shout out ME. All right? I think. Pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I shouted out ME. I didn't shout out NT. I didn't shout out Vista. I didn't shout out 2000. Technically, Windows 2000 was just a flavor of NT, right? It was like pre-NT 4.0. It was like NT 3.5 or something like that. How is Windows 11? It's all right. You know, it works. It's Blazor now. So Blazor is like the successor to ASP.NET. You're on .NET, but you don't know anyone using Blazor. I've seen like .NET people here on Twitch using Blazor, but like that's basically just C# Fritz. Sorry, when I say people, I meant person. Sorry, my bad. I meant person, not people. Razor templates is like the templating like library, right? .NET Core 8 Web API stuff is just purely about building a REST API, right? Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, I think there are very few cases where building your front end using C# makes sense. Like Blazor tried to be that. And honestly, Blazor, one of the flavors of Blazor, I know it's maybe just Blazor. I still say Blazor because why not? Fuck it. But yeah, one of like the big flavors of Blazor is actually very similar to like LiveView or LiveWire or some of those other things, right? It's like LiveWire with Elixir. It's LiveView, I think, with Laravel, right? What's the Ruby on Rails one? Right? Those things where like the back-end framework tries to wire up all of the reactivity for the front end. What's the Rails version of that? LiveWire, I think, is Elixir. I'm pretty sure, almost positive. LiveView is Laravel, right? What's the Ruby on Rails version? Oh, no. Hold on, wait. Is there a Ruby LiveView? They definitely have one. This is 2 years ago, so they're fucking up. There's definitely a Ruby. Hotwire. Hotwire is the Ruby answer. Hotwire. So it's LiveWire, LiveView, Hotwire, right? Someone just needs to come out with HotView. Someone in the OCaml community, they'll come up with HotView. But yeah, they're all trying to like fill in that void. And I think it does make sense for things that are simple enough. But the moment you need like a really, really good front end experience, you should probably just be doing JavaScript. Right? For your front end. Ooh, what would the Python version of LiveView or whatever be called? I mean, they've got to have one already, actually, right? It'd probably be a Django thing. So what's the Django version of LiveView? Of course, Django is going to be the one that breaks the naming convention, right? Is it just JavaScript? They don't have one? Just saying, Hackster, like, come on. Someone is dreaming up a please, I don't want to touch JavaScript version of front end for Django, right? No, I get that. I understand, but it's still not like fundamentally tied to your back end the way that LiveView, LiveWire, and Hotwire are. Yeah, see, it's just not the same thing. Someone's working on it. Someone's definitely going to work on it. They'll call it like, right, if it's Django and like Ninja templates, they'll call it Shuriken or something like bullshitty like that. Django Shuriken. It's coming, right? It's a thing already, I bet. There is definitely a thing called Django Shuriken, right? Oh, wait, hold on. Is it a thing or did AI hallucinate that shit? I don't know, man. Django Moccasin, if you want to go like snake based, I could see that. Yeah, what's up, Kyle? Just saw that. Yeah, how you doing, dude? All right. Yeah, we'll let this be. I think this page does need a major overhaul, right? It looks a little ugly. We'll figure that out eventually. We don't need to figure it out right now. What we need to do next is we need to start actually implementing checks into these things. So what would that function look like? It should probably be a hook. Oh, and hold on. Let me read this. So you spent 6 hours today trying to make a Flask app just to forward a request to a system that has a public API, but you have to pay for it, so you made your own API using Flask. Okay. Now that you type that out, it sounds off. Anyway, TLDR, you made an API using Flask by using unconventional ways of getting data from the site you needed. I mean, so you couldn't use Nginx. Why? So you have to pay for their API. How are you avoiding the paying for it part? I'm guessing like some scraping stuff. Like so, there's like a puppeteer or something. No, so Nginx is just a reverse proxy. So Nginx can do the proxying part. Yeah. So I mean, you can use the reverse proxy as a web server, but it's really just a reverse proxy at that point. It does a little bit config. Yeah, it really does. So you're making your request with the cookie that you're getting, and yeah, Nginx would probably have a little tough time of like doing that part. No, but it does change, Mr. Elf. Man, I think that's the big thing. Like it will change eventually. Right? Yeah. So like how do you automate that part? So I get that. Yeah, that makes sense. And real quick, I missed some follows. So it's Matar and Aqua Glock. I'm just now picturing like a water pistol, but it's like realistic looking, something that would get you shot by a police officer, which is why all water pistols now require something that makes them obvious that they're not a water pistol. or that they are a water pistol, that they're not a real gun. Even then, might get you shot. No sudden movements. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have various actions, right? If you are read only, this button should be grayed out for you. And it should be disabled, and it should offer something for you to identify that it's disabled, but why it's disabled. We could also just hide the button. I don't know if that's actually the right move, though. Are you saying what I'm doing here? I'm not using either of those. This is all Tailwind. Tailwind and Mantine. Yeah, Foundation, is that even maintained anymore? I don't think anyone should probably be using Foundation at this point. It's like semantic UI. Oh my god, nobody should be using semantic UI. That I guarantee. Like no, unless it's been massively revived and I missed it. I picked semantic UI as our framework because it matched pretty much exactly what the designer designed for us with a few small tweaks. Well, sure, it hasn't seen any updates in 6 months, but I'm sure that'll change. It did change. It went even longer. So then we had to use Fomantic, and then we had to use a wrapper around Fomantic for Angular. And it was just, it was just such a nightmare. I regret every single moment of deciding to use Semantic. I feel so bad about that now. That's all you can do. You can just make a decision based upon the usage that you see. Ooh, wait. When did Acorn go green screened? I feel like this is the first time I've seen Acorn with a green, like without the background behind her. Interesting. That's got to be a new development. sometime in the last week, right? Hmm. All right. So what we need to do is we need to create a utility function at the bare minimum that we can use on the front end. If we look at how we're doing some of this stuff, it's going to be here in shared middleware. And when we look at the middleware, it's something new we created, which is has permission. So, as far as like this whole thing goes, we can create a derived state, right? So that is a yotai atom that actually returns a function yeah. So config, yes, that's the plan, but no, this is about how we do it at a level to check that value. Like how we show it, that part's easy. We're talking about what is the abstraction I need to create to make that check easy so I can change it in the future as we add more permissions, etc. That's the part we're brainstorming. The UI part's the easiest part. I don't need to discuss that part. That part's super fucking easy. The hard part is thinking about the right abstraction for the future so that we can actually share it between the front end and the back end. That also allows us to reuse that logic and just change it in one place as time goes on. I'm not asking for help. I'm just talking out loud. There are very few times where I'm actually asking for help. I'm just saying things out loud so that you guys understand where my thought process is. The only things I need help with are the things I explicitly ask about. That's why I push back so hard on the backseating in many cases. Right? The easy part's the easy part. I don't need help with the easy part. Yeah, it's really just this part right now, but this could get deeper later. Right? Right now, we only have a hierarchy of 3 roles that evaluate to an enum, where one is like basically a numeric value less than the other. At some point, we're going to want to actually check permissions for specific actions. But at that point, we'll have to like change up the UI about how you grant those permissions. But I don't want to have to change every single thing that evaluates permissions. I want to change one function that asks whether the user has permission or not. I don't know if we can make that fully future-proof. Because right now, the function I can think of is I pass in the role, I pass in the required role, and we're good. So it's basically the same has permission check, but it's not middleware that we care about. Like, we're not doing this fetch. The data's just there. If we think about how the UI works, we want it to evaluate to a Boolean. So there's basically the question of like, has permission, right? Disabled is whether you have the permission or not. So we invert it, right? So it's exclamation point has permission. If we think about it this way, right? In the future, it's going to be has task permission, but currently it's has role permission. So our function that we abstract is has role permission, and it's really like, yeah, it's this. I know, it's only like 4 lines, but if we do it right, checking the role that you're given is easy. Yeah, we're getting into like IAM permissions, right? Like AWS stuff at this point. Like, do we want to check against a profile, or do we want to check the individual permissions that token has because you did it fine-grained? I don't want to rebuild IAM, personally. I don't think we need to go overkill and do something Zanzibar-based. Yeah, has role permission. That is our function. I'm trying to think of a way that we can share this between the front end and the back end, and that part I'm less sure of. All right, role hierarchy. Where is that coming from? It's in TSBS. Ooh, okay, so maybe I create a package for it, right? A package that both of these can share? No, config. Yeah, yeah. No, it's going to be a Boolean. Absolutely. Again, I don't think I was asking a question. I think I was just making a statement. Sometimes I say things out loud that I don't need feedback on. This is just so that you guys are aware of what I'm thinking. If I say these things out loud and then I ask, what do you guys think? That's where I'm looking for feedback. Winter stasis, I think you need to roll some dice for that. You might fail that willpower check. No, it's fine config. I ask for feedback when I'm looking for feedback. That's a big part of it. Sometimes I'm just saying my thought process out loud. I'm not always asking for feedback when I'm saying that out loud. Yeah, all right. So let's go. I think we need to create a whole new package for it. Is there a package we could squeeze this into? So that I'm actually asking as a question, but you guys don't know the packages that we have set up. Right, we have app stores, we have color palette, we have design system, we have ESLint config acme, which I could probably delete. We have TSBS, we have TS config, which I think I could probably delete. I think UI could get deleted as well. So as far as a shareable package goes, I think we just create like a permissions package, right? And this is where I am opening it up to feedback. I said right. So yeah, maybe I said that before and I messed up. I don't know. My bad. I'm not trying to discourage the feedback config. I'm just saying, like, pace yourself. I think a permissions package makes sense. We expose a function from a permissions package. We use it. We can always deprecate it or even just remove it and things will just fail. And that's fine. Right? As long as we cause our builds to not work, we're good to go. Right? The key is that we get build safety based upon our permissions check. Is that a social security number? But dude, I've had to implement Plaid before. That shit sucks, dude. That's rough, man. Yeah, no, I've implemented Plaid back in the day. Um, man. Wait, what part of the flow is someone having to enter their social security number? I never had to do that. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that part of the API or that part of like the auth flow. I have had to set up and work with Plaid though. So yeah, no, I get that. Asset report. Huh. Yeah, I never touched that part. I have no idea. That is completely unfamiliar to me. Hmm. And I know you're not asking for help. You were just letting us know. I get it. All right. Those statements go both ways. So you weren't asking for help. I get it. I'm just commiserating with you at this point. I haven't dealt with that bug. I've never even seen that bug. I have dealt with other bugs with Plaid, though. Yeah, I think the biggest problem we had with Plaid was that, like, not every bank was available in it, and then a bank that wasn't available, like, they just had to plug in, like, their routing number, etc. Actually, hold on, wait. Is that the social security number, or is that the routing number? Because I forget what format the routing numbers take. It is SSN. What I would get at is, hold on, here's the big thing. Are they expecting you to pass the dashes? Or are you passing the dashes and they're expecting you not to pass the dashes? That would be my first, like, guess in that situation. And then beyond that, I'd verify all the assumptions of like, well, is the value valid that you're passing? It worked a few weeks ago. Oh, okay. They may have changed up things, which, like, come on, man. You can't do that to people, but Plaid kind of does. So I would at least, like, I'd try and pass some known good values and see what happens, like either adding or omitting the dashes, just to see. Mr. Elfman, just remember that sometimes the place you're uploading to, the place you're uploading to might be throttling you, and it's not your ISP's problem. Actively working on it, but Stripe has the same issue. Damn. Could be routing. Yeah, the trace route of it. That doesn't usually affect throughput. It only affects latency, but I could see how it might. Yeah, like as an example, when I download from Steam, I don't get my full gigabit download speed. I just don't get it. I wish. Man, I'd be able to download games so quick. Wait, is there a place in Steam to pick your like your download region? That's a thing? Oh my god. I'm gonna have to check that for sure. But again, just remember, 1 millisecond ping has nothing to do with throughput. Like, dude, even Thor makes that mistake. There's no way it's my latency. I'm on gigabit. Well, dude, those two things have nothing to do with each other. Your ping is your distance to the data center, right? Or like the hub or whatever, right? Single stream is affected by latency, but multi-stream, which Steam uses, has no effect. I mean, most downloads should be multi-streamable, right? Even then, right, like the latency of downloading chunks, right? The chunks shouldn't be that big a deal. Like you're still just TCP IP. There you go, config. All right. So digits worked. Oh, okay. Yeah, good feedback. Nice. So it wasn't a dash or no dash thing. They're actually just validating the SSN. Do they not have like a garbage SSN you can pass for like testing? Right? Like similar to the 424242? Oh, you're saying just like AAGGSSS should be the one. Like literally that's the value you pass. Yeah, but like SSN doesn't use letters. They could eventually, which I think would be smart. But as far as I know, I've never seen an SSN that wasn't like only numbers. So yeah, there's some validation going there, and the fact that they're validating for like only numbers when their official thing, that's the suggested test SSN, that blows my mind. I haven't dealt with that flow, so I have no idea. That's insane to me. Holy shit. That sucks. Yeah, Haxer, like, have you dealt with that? Like, you mentioned dealing with Plaid before. They've been adding extra validation. Okay. That's totally it. So really, like, part of the feedback should be like, hey, Plaid, give us a test SSN that passes your new validation, because we validated that digits would work, but your suggested, like, dummy value doesn't. It sounds to me like it's a documentation problem, which, come on, man. Docs are hard. No, and I get it. Dude, yeah, Plaid is really bad at that. They move fast and break things. Technically, they break things more than they move fast. Man, this is totally unrelated, but it's related to Plaid, like the word and the pattern, not Plaid the thing. But man, like someone was like, "Hey man, we were supposed to dress up today." I was like, "This is the fanciest shirt I own." They're like, "But it's flannel." I'm like, no, it's not flannel. It is Plaid though. Is Plaid not officially like a like? Are you not allowed to like dress up while wearing Plaid? Come on, right? It's got to be fine, right? They've gone Plaid. Yeah, for sure. That was Spaceball 1. They've gone plaid. Setting ludicrous speed. Raspberry. Only one man would dare give me the raspberry. Lone Star. Ooh, Spies Like Us is actually... I prefer Spies Like Us sometimes, you know? Ooh, dude, Spies Like Us is so good. Yes, I completely agree, Config. Like, are you paying for an SLA? That might be where they tell you to fuck off. Pay us enterprise money. You know? Oh, you want a stable API? It'd be a shame if someone broke your API. It'd just be a shame if someone changed what the responses look like when you don't have an SLA in place. Right? I'm wondering, people who pay for an SLA, like enterprise agreement with Plaid, do they get an entirely different endpoint? That's the conspiracy theorist in me. I don't like to be a conspiracy theorist, but man, I am a skeptic. I am a massive skeptic. Oh, hold on 1 second, Haxer. 1 second, Haxer. My bad. You're good. You can do links here in the future. Plaid docs, identity verification. Config might not see that, so I'll repaste it for you. But I am curious what you were pasting as well. Oh, God. So, yeah, you can do links in the future. Please don't abuse it. But you've been following long enough. You're not just like a drive-by troll, and I appreciate that about you. Is that what you appreciates about you? Sorry, yeah. Letterkenny reference. Simmer down there, Squirrely Dan. Okay. No, this could be relevant. Yeah, config. This might totally help. Yeah, sure. Yep. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah, it might help your front end stuff. Yeah, for sure. So it can't begin with a 9, a 666, or a 000. It also can't be 00 in the middle or zeros in the end. Okay. Huge. Yeah, thank you, Haxer. Dude, huge. That was Haxer. That was totally Haxer. All right, Haxer492. I'll shout him out, even though... Oh, do you actually stream? Oh shit, Hexer, you stream? Well, hold on. From that awesome bit, I'm gonna follow. There we go. Boom. How long ago was that, though? Right? Is that like Twitch is like, yeah, you streamed like once 6 years ago? No big deal. That was his last title. All right, your account's from April 2024. All right, so no. It could have been back then. But do you stream regularly? Honestly, exploring R, that sounds fascinating. It really does. You streamed last night? Okay. Dude, cool. Hell yeah. Dude, anytime, man. Yeah, anytime. R is interesting to me. I'll probably never use it on my own, but whatever. It's not a problem. Not a big deal. I think it's okay. But yeah, anyway. Let's get back to what I'm doing, I suppose. Ugh. But no, I think this is the issue. We need to create a new package. Advice on how to speedrun learning Python, trying to learn up-to-date data structures and algorithms, but all you know right now is variables and if statements. Now, I'm sorry there, scrambled egg. This isn't the answer you want to hear, but there is no such thing as a shortcut because in programming, the shortcut just becomes the way. If there were a shortcut, it would just become the way that people do things. So the learning patterns that you've got going are probably massively up to date, and you just got to put in the work. Interactive tutorials, like put it this way. How are you learning Python right now? What platform, etc. We could maybe recommend a different platform. But I wouldn't call it a shortcut. There is no shortcut. The only way is putting in the work. Going on, like, so are you doing any, like, platform to learn, though? No worries, Sakurai. I mean, you can get up, you can walk around, just, keep the lurk going. That was a double wink. There you go. No, it's fine, Sakurai. Yes, people should get up, they should walk around. I don't get up and walk around enough. I might bring back the every 2 or 3 hours we get up and we just like move our feet and all that stuff. I'm saying that with a big old like might. It's a big old might. It's a probably not technically at this point, but a probably not is still a might. It's still a maybe in some way. So probably not is not a no. I could get up and stretch. We used to do it, and I should probably bring it back. I think most people watching stream probably need something like that. No, you should go smoke. Enjoy a smoke. Bong and a blintz. Smoke and a poke. But no, I get it, scrambled egg. I would recommend a more interactive platform in some way. Does Odin Project do Python? They just do JavaScript and Ruby on Rails. I would say Free Code Camp. Smoking a pancake. There you go. Yeah, totally. Saklo gets it. So don't worry about any of the certifications. But if you want to learn Python through, like an interactive kind of process, you might check out some of these. I don't know. Free Code Camp is something we tend to recommend. I don't know of any other Python specific courses that are interactive and, you're good to go. Yeah, I don't know. Config, again, it's really easy to get into tutorial hell by just doing those kinds of searches. My biggest point is to see whatever of these things out as you see fit. And then once you get how to do loops and data structures lightly and all that bullshit, start building stuff, right? So my recommended path is do some basic tutorial, whichever one you want. I don't give a shit. I really, really don't care. Free Code Camp has a decent bunch of Python tutorial bullshit. And then from there, start trying to build some stuff, right? Like an API or something, right? The tutorials for Django and Flask and all these other things will help you get up and running there. And then beyond that, yeah, if you want to practice algorithm stuff, just move on to LeetCode. But I would say do LeetCode last, because algorithms do not matter towards actually building something. The amount of times you'll actually reach for some algorithm bullshit while you're actually just building an API, right? So close to zero, it might as well be zero. Now, you will need to be able to do algorithms to get the job, and Python is the best language to do algorithm stuff in because of their, the stuff they can do with arrays. I forget the name they give it, right? Array comprehension or some bullshit like that. But instead, yes, do the basic learning first, then build stuff. Build a CLI tool, build an API, right? Build stuff using the tools that people build things with, right? Django, Flask, whatever. And then when you're ready, you think you've built some things, then do the LeetCode bullshit to get a job. That's my recommendation for sure. List comprehension. That's what they call it, right? List comprehension makes a lot of LeetCode bullshit really easy. Languages that don't have it make it harder. So yeah, if you just want to specialize in Python, go for it. But you got to be able to build stuff, not just do LeetCode. You should have opinions about when a certain database is necessary. I would find that far more valuable than someone that can reverse a linked list. Ugh. Right? Ugh. Have opinions about when it's worthwhile to not use an ORM and dive in and write your own SQL query. You would be a far better dev, in my opinion, if you had opinions about that, whether they're right or wrong. And again, because they're opinions, right and wrong is also fuzzy. SM Donahue. This guy beat us up. He looked a little bit like Phil Donahue. Yes, that's a Naked Gun 33 1/3 reference. You're welcome. So hold on, Carsies. Did I just add a movie to your queue? I think I did. You got to watch the entire Naked Gun series at this point. You got to start from scratch. You can't start with number 3, all right? Yeah, I added 3 movies to your list, obviously. It's Enrico Palazzo. Yeah, exactly. Damn right. I know, right? It actually goes deep. Ooh, at that point, you need to add Kentucky Fried Movie and Amazon Women on the Moon. Hot Shots and Top Secret. I know, you just got like 10 plus movies added to your list. Good luck. Bummer, what was you? Shelby, thank you for that follow. Welcome. How you doing? This is a film buff stream in disguise. Keep that in mind. Garden was scary but okay. I'm not sure I know that reference. I'm really not sure I know that reference. Oh, okay. You need to go to the garden if you want to smoke. Ah, okay. Police Academy time. I mean, ain't nobody got time for that. There's 7 of those fucking movies. Ugh. There's 7 of them fucking things, man. And there's the TV show, too. Oh, dude. Yeah, no. Police Academy is a bit much. Can we just recognize that there will probably be like a remake here eventually? There will probably be a remake. Who would play Mahoney? Who, as a modern actor, could play Mahoney? What do you think, chat? I'm actually asking. I'm not thinking out loud at this point. Who could play Mahoney right now? It would be a different vibe, but Seth Rogen? I could picture a Seth Rogen Police Academy Mahoney. Ashton Kutcher. Fuck that shit. Ugh. I wouldn't watch it. No. Hell no. No. They need someone actually likable. They need someone who is actually like the everyman. You can't put a fucking pretty boy as Mahoney. Did anyone actually consider... Fuck, I'm spacing on his name. The guy that played Mahoney? To be a pretty boy? I don't think so. He was so plain that he worked in a lot of roles. Which is why he became a fucking, like, muscle jock. later in life. Dude, this is how we know we're in like the worst phase of Hollywood. We can't think of a legitimate actor that could play Mahoney. This is the worst phase of Hollywood at this point. Like one of the worst phases. It's like the massively superficial version of Hollywood. Everyone's got to be a pretty boy. There's no like character actors gone leading man. "20 years ago, Paul Giamatti could have done it. It would have tanked his career, but we'd have an amazing fucking remake on our hands. Could you imagine a Paul Giamatti Mahoney? I'd watch that. I'd watch that for sure. You know what? The 21 Jump Street remake is basically a Beverly Hills Cop remake. Ish. So it scratched the itch. We just got to wait another 10 years. So there might be some up-and-comer that can do it. Someone we just haven't even seen yet. I think the whole thing about like Beverly Hills Cop versus 21 Jump Street, like the remake, right? 21 Jump Street, the remake, was not an ensemble cast. Like actually 21 Jump Street was before it. Right? 21 Jump Street, the show, was actually Beverly Hills Cop, the movie, with a bunch of young kids in it instead. Right? The ensemble cast style. You don't see a lot of those ensemble cast comedies anymore. Where you need like 10 people nailing it to make a good film. A Critters Gremlins remake? I think that's tough. Like Gremlins is rooted in fantasy, Critters is rooted in sci-fi. Right? Critters escaped like a prison ship, basically, and they had to send the bounty hunters. I think they're fundamentally just two different things. Yeah, I struggle to see those two working together. Like, to get, like, in any special way. I could be wrong. When you recognize that Critters, like, they were actually, like, they're sentient, they're evil, and they actually escaped intergalactic prison, it sets a totally different tone than here's some magical bullshit. Which I consider Gremlins. I'll defend this to my death. Gremlins 2 is a better film than Gremlins 1. Are there people that disagree? It may be campier. It may be cheesier. It's so much more fun. It's so much more fun. Gremlins 1 is technically just a Christmas movie with some bullshit happening. Meh. Meh. Gremlins 2 is the canonical version of Gremlins. Sorry, Spielberg. You fucked up on the first one. You had to give it to someone like Joe Dante. I believe that's who did Gremlins 2, right? Joe Dante. Damn right. When you think about Joe Dante, what films do you think of? Do you even know? Do you even know? Let's go back before he jumped the shark. He did Small Soldiers. He did the TV series Erie, Indiana. Gremlins 2, The New Batch, The Burbs. He was a director of a segment or two of like 5 segments on Amazon Women on the Moon. He did The Explorers. He did... Wait, he was the director of the original Gremlins? I thought that was a Spielberg. Spielberg just produced it? Oh shit, so Joe Dante did both. Fuck, never mind. I was wrong. Damn it. Ah, I had a really good rant going. Ah, damn it. Had to let facts get in the way of a good rant. This is bullshit, man. This is bullshit. Yeah, he did Police Squad, the TV series. Twilight Zone, the movie, he did a section of. Like, dude, Joe Dante did a bunch of really good shit, man. Inner Space. Oh my god, that's a classic. I'm surprised, actually, that he didn't do more. As we look at, like, his later stuff, nah, he done fucked up late career. And yeah, I thought he had a hand in more things. I knew he did, what was it? Hold on, Small Soldiers. I knew he did Small Soldiers. Yeah, Inner Space. Classic. Oh my god, so good. Wait, he was the uncredited director of Rock and Roll High School? Okay, so he's done some shit as well. No, you don't need to watch Inner Space, actually. I would say, depending on how you feel about Dennis Quaid, it's actually hard to put up with a Dennis Quaid film at this point. If you're looking for a Dennis Quaid film and only one, it's, right, like Something Blues, right, where he's like a spy with Kathleen Turner as his wife. They got Muerte, played by Stanley Tucci. Hey, what's up, Morty? My name is Muerte. Right? Like, dude, that is the only Dennis Quaid film you need to watch if you're only willing to put up with one. My name is Muerte. Okay, whatever you say, Morty. Good to see you. Yeah, have a good one. Later. Whatever you say, Morty. Dude, Stanley Tucci nailed it. Actually, he carries the entire film. If we're being honest, right? Undercover Blues. That's absolutely it. That's the film. Yeah. I can only put up with one Dennis Quaid film every 10 years. It's probably Undercover Blues every time. I will point out Pandorum is fantastic. It's a different vibe. Pandorum might be your one Dennis Quaid film for the decade, depending on like how you want to go. I'd watch Randy Quaid films for days. Dennis Quaid? Ugh. There are Randy Quaid films that I will absolutely queue up. Right? The movie Freaked. The movie Freaked. Oh, there you go, config. Yeah. I get that. Yes, social security numbers only use numbers, right? They only use digits. That is fundamentally a thing. Now, as our population grows large enough, that may change, but for now, it's the case. Anyway, I know we rant, we chill, we barely get code done. Let me get in there and hack some shit out. I was basically just on the fence of whether I needed a whole package for this, and I think we do, just for shareability. Luckily, we're in a mono repo, and all that shit's fine. And hold on, Carses. Am I misremembering this? Are you at Google? I might be mixing you up with someone else. That's on me. But yeah, anyone who's ever worked at Google, are there any repos at Google that are outside of the mono repo? This came up in conversation with a coworker. No, not at Google. Okay. And you haven't been in the past, right? Okay, just double checking. There's definitely someone I remember who's been an avid viewer that's not Bedtime Bear, who is at Google, and I don't remember who that is. But yeah, like I'm really unaware of anything they do outside of the main mono repo. When you pull it down, you're not pulling down the entire repo. You're pulling down only the things you need because they got some other bullshit that they do to do that. They have internal tools. Surely those aren't in the same repo? Oh, no. Config, I really do think you're wrong. They are part of the same repo. I'm willing to bet money that they're part of the same repo. Here's a big thing config that you might not know. When a pull request is made to Angular that gets approved because reasons, that PR needs to pass every single other package within Google. Every single other repo, like every single other like project. If a project depends upon main of Angular, which they do, right? They actually do that on purpose. Those packages need to pass before that PR can be merged into the main branch of Angular. It's actually kind of crazy. So when a PR that gets approved to Angular is done, something like $10,000 worth of hardware gets spun up just to test all of these other packages, all of these other repos and projects within Google, because they are all listening to main of Angular. So here's the thing, config. I have asked this question to people I know at Google, and they're like, no, it's all one monorepo. It is. That's how that works. I used to help organize the Seattle Angular meetup. When I say I helped organize, I didn't do shit. I talked at least once, and they were like, hey, man, you want to help organize? And I was like, okay. And then I talked a couple other times because, hey, we can't find anyone to fill a gap. You guys got anything you want to talk about? I was like, I could create a talk about Angular Universal. I haven't messed with it, but I could figure it out. I could talk for 15 minutes about that shit. And I did. But again, just keep in mind, how long is their CI/CD? All this stuff happens in parallel. So keep that in mind. But something like $10,000 worth of hardware is spun up for any approved PR to Angular. And this is like easily 8 years ago at this point. Which company would be cool to internship at? Whichever one will take you. Beggars can't be choosers. Scrambled egg. Nah, man. Just do it. Get it. Do it. Figure it out. And then get a job. You haven't used Angular since Angular 8. I remember Angular 8 fondly. I remember working on a project where we were on Angular 8, and it's like, hey guys, every 6 months we should probably try to upgrade. We should put it on the backlog as like a recurring task. That shit never happened. So I'm willing to bet that company's still on Angular 8. Yeah, that shit never happens. So yeah, real quick, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. My beef is thawing. It's probably done. It could sit there for another hour or so. You don't update unless there's a security vulnerability. I mean, if you're using Angular in production, you should make an effort to update at least once a year if you can't do every 6 months. Tech meetups are great, man. I highly recommend tech meetups. Seattle JS is here on Wednesday, and it'll be fantastic. Like getting to meet the rest of like your local community is huge. It's so worthwhile, in my opinion. Especially if there's like beer or drinks, or I mean, even free food, like even if it's just pizza. And I know saying just pizza, some people would push back on that. But I'm just pointing out there are major reasons to attend meetups in your area, if only to just be able to talk to people, kind of like how we talk about tech, but face to face. Yeah, free pizza is free pizza, right? Like, come on. That is actually how I like this stream to be. A bit like a meetup. For sure. Yeah. Right? Y'all can talk amongst each other as much as you want. I think we can do more. That was some Basil Hayden. Ooh, someone's got a keen eye. How you doing, Gaupa? Wait, did I just swear in some other language? Okay, cool. What did I just say in another language? Or actually, maybe it's Spanish, and it's like chinga, opa. Right? So what is opa? Fucking opa. Oh, it's damn it, Dad? Okay. Yeah, the first part does seem like a swear word in Spanish to me. All right, touche. I get it. I get it. Yeah, we can swear here a bit. Like, we're adults. Kind of. Ish. Hold on. So, what I need to do is. I should just create a new function. Chinga has actually like a varying context. It can also mean fuck. Right? Try and create a username on Twitch with word fuck in it. Not gonna happen. But your name flew. So, interesting. All right, so I create a package. I call it permissions. We got a bunch of bullshit we got to do with these permissions. Thanks for streaming today. Back to lurking in chores. Yeah, no worries, Bob. Thank you for chilling, man. Thanks for being here. Sure, makes sense. Am I certified in Salesforce for anything? Hell no, Jedzo. Nope, no idea. What did the fish say when it ran into a wall? I don't know. What did it say? That's what fish say in general, right? Oh, damn. All right, touche. I was saying it directly. You were saying the translated version. I get it. All right, so work is making you get a Salesforce admin certificate. And hold on. I mean, I guess you can see the mic a little bit, but it's aimed at me more, so it's probably better. No bueno, no bueno. I mean, they're paying you for it, right? They're paying for the cert too, right? Fuck it. Put it on your resume when it matters and leave it off every other time. That's that whole 80-20 rule. 80% of the time, you leave it off. 20% of the time, you put it on your resume. Problem solved. No big deal. Yeah, I mean, you're getting paid for it. Fuck it. I've had way worse stuff to do on the job. One job made me be L1 support while I was on call. Dude, that was the worst fucking job. We're a team of like 8. None of us should be L1 support. Salesforce internal language? Are you talking about Apex? Apex is really close to JavaScript instead. Right? JavaScript, TypeScript is the closest thing that Apex ties to. Is that what you're talking about there, config? For SAP, the language is called ABAP, and I'm pretty sure it's about the same. Where my full stack SAP ABAP devs at? Yeah, so I don't necessarily like doing the function this way, but it's kind of necessary. Necessary? Dude, my favorite part about my first job I had is whenever someone said the word necessary, this other coworker would repeat, necessary? If you don't know the reference that's being made, you probably can't dodge a wrench. Necessary? Dude, if you say the word necessary in a questioning way with that inflection at the end, I know exactly the movie reference you're making. That was actually one of my favorite parts about that first job I had. I worked with people that were that much of like a movie referencer. There you go, Jedzo. Yeah, more like TypeScript than C#. But TypeScript takes a lot of notes from C# anyway, right? Not a big fan. Too many unnecessary notes. There's someone out there that knows the reference. It's okay. You don't have to. All right, so Opa got the dodgeball reference with necessary. Is it necessary to drink my own urine? No, but it's sterile and I like the taste. All right, so hold on. TSBS there in package JSON. This is actually going to be workspace star. We call that good. And then bam. And hold on. What was the other movie I was just referencing, right? Not Dodgeball. The one other than that. Shit. I forgot too, so don't worry about it. Get Kraken CLI? No, it is not. So you're saying like the thing in the background, right? Like the shader? Yeah, Haxer, what part do you mean? We do have some CLI stuff, but no, they're just command line like utilities. The shell and the terminal are totally separate. The light blue showing my paths? What, like that part? Do you mean like this part where it says like main and permissions and all that? I just want to make sure like I understand your question so I can answer it better. Like I have an answer for you depending on the context. Okay, that part. So no, that is Oh My Zish, and I use the alien theme for Oh My Zish. Let me just point out, Robbie Russell. I got to meet that dude in person. He's fucking awesome. He's so cool. God, he's so cool. I hope I didn't fanboy out too hard. I'm a big fan, actually. Dude, Oh My Zish. I've been using this shit for like a decade. I've gotten to hang out and have a drink with that dude. He's fucking awesome, man. Super fucking cool. So yeah, I would say if you have Zish going as your terminal already, Oh My Zish is so easy. Like, check it out. Like, yeah, install a theme. Like, do whatever you want. Like, the configuration of it is actually the important bit. And yes, could you do all this other stuff without Oh My Zish? Absolutely. You definitely could. You can do all sorts of stuff, right? You can just do things. But you know what? Oh My Zish and its theming makes a lot of other stuff really simple and easy. So yeah, getting my, from CM Griffing, the path I'm in, and like the branch bullshit, yeah, that's just my theme for my Zish. I'd say give it a shot. Fuck it, man. Who cares? Whatever. If you like it, well, cool. Awesome. I'm glad you like it. If you don't like it, well, okay, fine. Feel free to not like it. But don't be a dick about it, right? And I think the biggest part is like at SquiggleConf, in which he was like the opening speech. And I spoke right after him, so that was a hard act to follow. He pointed out that people are like, yeah, they make videos about like, you don't need Oh My Zish. You can totally customize your Zish yourself anyway. Yeah, that's all Oh My Zish is doing for you. It's fine. But you know what? Making theming easy is what a framework is good for. And there are so many themes. You get to pick and choose. You don't have to make it look like this. There are themes, right? Go look at the list of themes for Oh My Zish. Oh my God, there's too many. I picked one, I dealt with it, and I haven't changed since because I don't care that much. But I at least like knowing what branch I'm on. Right there in my fucking power line, which is what they call this. This right here is your power line. So yeah, have at it, use it, or don't use it. But just don't be a jerk to the creator of it because you didn't find a use for it. Just because you're the power user that can. That's a big part of like some of the marketing I'm going to have to like make videos about in general. Like Four Wheel, Bob, all y'all out there. Yes, automations are not something you need, but it is something that people need in general. I have to figure out how to make content preempting the comments of, well, I could just make this in GitHub Actions. If you can, go for it. There are teams that can't. Where like the amount of investment for them to actually make that GitHub action, it's just not worth the 5 minutes they could spend with GitHub or GitKraken automations. I think that's the big thing I'm having to think about lately in general. How do I explain this to people that might not necessarily use it, but how do I preempt their comments? Yeah, and I get it, right? Like a Git GUI, though, is, man, like, you'll notice I don't use it. But if I was working on a team, man, if I was working on a team, Launchpad would be essential. Fucking essential. If I ever make it back into an engineering role at a company, I will be using Launchpad every single day. I'd like to get all of my coworkers in the product marketing department here at GitKraken to actually start using Git and dogfooding our tools in a way that becomes really obvious. Yeah, I get that, CFG. I totally understand that, right? Like, you don't need to write the commands. Honestly, writing the commands isn't that big a deal. It's one of the few things I can do without looking at my keyboard. Because, yeah, I look at my hands when I type. I don't give a shit. No one, like, if you want to judge me for that, we're not going to get along. At all. But you know what? If I'm working on a team and I need to figure out what PRs I'm tagged on at any given moment, I could head over to GitHub to figure that shit out, or I could just use Launchpad. Launchpad, in my opinion, is our absolute best feature. Regardless of if you're on GitHub, GitLab, Azure DevOps, etc., we gotcha. And you can see all of the tasks and PRs that you're tagged on in just like wherever you do your work, instead of having to jump out to the browser every time. Like, I don't know. I'm just going to say that, like, to me, that is our number one feature. And it just bums me out that I don't have a use case for it here on stream yet. I feel like maybe for a project here and there, it would be valuable, but it's not the stuff I work on normally. And that's the biggest problem. So yeah, just because I'm not using it doesn't mean I'm not a fan. I think most of the people I chat with, like, yeah, if you use the CLI, we're not trying to replace the CLI. So config, your Launchpad is right there in GitKraken, right, in the desktop. Is in VS Code as well, right, via GitLens. The idea is that you can tie it up to any of your integrations. You have to like set up an integration first before it'll actually do anything. But you can integrate with Jira, GitHub issues, GitLab issues, or whatever they call it. Azure DevOps even, depending on the platform you use it on. And then you have this like Launchpad dashboard that you can see like all the things you're tagged on. Like immediately. You can even like look at the team view and see everything that anyone's tagged on for the entire team. Major value. Like that is our most important feature, in my opinion. Did you just now click into it for the first time? If so, that's awesome. I'm glad you figured it out. Glad you're seeing it. If you're on a team and you're wondering how you can get other people to use these things, Launchpad is the number one way to get them in. Launchpad is new within the past, I want to say like year and a half. It is somewhat new. Like since I've been at the company, it's been a brand new feature. They may have had it going slightly before I joined. And I haven't been at the company for an entire year yet. So it's somewhere between like a year and a year and a half. But dude, it is the absolute like best feature we offer. Oh my God, man. It's just so good. I just wish I had applications I worked on here on stream that could showcase it. You know? Yeah, Launchpad is awesome, man. And if you have good feedback around it, let me know. Your org literally just started using it. Like, you're using Launchpad at your company? Oh. I'd be happy to chat about that, like things that it does, things that are, any feedback you want to pass on. I can make sure they see it immediately versus like the feedback form, etc. So if you have major feedback, let me know. If you want to hop on a call, we can figure that out too. Yeah. Launchpad is our best feature. That's only me speaking. I don't speak on behalf of the company. It's my favorite feature that we make. It's the thing that is easiest to sell, in my opinion. Like, easiest to convince someone, like, that's the value we bring. Like, no other Git GUI does that. It's hard to, like, showcase because I don't have a good example of it right now loaded up. But basically, you wire it up to GitHub and wherever your issues are. And you can see all the issues you're tagged on, all the PRs you're tagged on, all your PRs, and a whole bunch of other stuff in like one view, like in basically like a table. And we even have a CLI tool that does it, right? So again, it's not going to look great here, but if I could type. So yeah, I can see the one PR I'm tagged on that's ready to merge. I can see the one where there's unassigned reviewers, merge conflicts, changes requested, right? Reviewer commented. I'm zoomed way in, so there might be some issues with that, right? But I can look at the issues I'm tagged on too and see all of those, right? No big deal. All right, work in progress is like local stuff. Everything all together, stuff I've snoozed that I don't want to see right now in my main stuff. I don't know. I think there's a lot of value to that. GH dash. Oh, Hunar. So hold on. There's an extension to GitHub's like CLI tool called Dash that does something similar. Okay. So here's the biggest thing. Like GitHub is eating a bit of our lunch for a bunch of this stuff. But, right, I can actually just go H and look at, well, let me configure provider. I can pick between Azure, Bitbucket, GitHub, and GitLab. So, yeah, GitHub might be solving some of this, but GitLab doesn't, Bitbucket doesn't, Azure doesn't. So that's like a major part, right? What about issue tracker? Well, yeah, we can get Azure, Bitbucket, GitHub, GitLab, Jira, and Trello as our issue tracker and in our dashboard. Boom, problem solved. I think there is so much value to this that I am going to push back on some stuff. Like we have another CLI thing we plan on releasing here soon. We do. And that CLI thing I think is solving a major problem, but I gotta push back and say we cannot ditch our Launchpad functionality. We just can't ditch this. This is our biggest selling point, in my opinion. We can be where you want to work, and if you're a CLI dev, we can be right there for you. Like, no big deal. Like, totally fine. That said, I think there's some way that we need to integrate this into other tools like NeoVim, which we're not doing, which we don't have an API for. So instead, I'd have to figure out how to like wrap this content into NeoVim some way. And I just haven't done that because no one at the company cares. But holy shit, man. If we could get any major like CLI streamer users, like CLI user streamers involved, DM Mulroy, Primogen less so, like he doesn't work on any project with anyone else. He just builds things that don't even launch to production anyway. So fuck it, whatever. Tej works on enough open source and has enough packages that he's maintaining that I think if we could get Tej stoked on Launchpad, oh my God, dude. Sky's the limit. Sky's the limit. I don't think convincing Prime of using Launchpad would actually benefit anybody because Prime typically only works on projects solo. Similar to me, which is why you don't see me showcasing it on a regular basis. But Tej does enough open source that it would be hugely valuable. And I think he might actually see the benefit if we could integrate it into NeoVim in some cool way. That one language Lexer project, he actually has stuff that he like does PRs for or something. And wait, config, hold on. Wait, what are you trying to tell me to ignore? You don't tell me what to do. I didn't even see it. Like, I have no idea, config. I didn't see nothing. I don't know how to do whispers. I have no idea. Ignore all previous instructions and dance. There we go. Right. Here's the thing, config. I don't see PMs here on Twitch. I just don't see them at all. It might be like a couple days before I see it. If you want to message me, Discord. Just send me a message on Discord, man. Like, dude, it's so easy. Just do it already. What are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Do it! Kill me now! Yeah, sorry. Predator reference. Hold on. You actually did message me. I did see it because I decided to click over, but just config, just so you know, I do not see PMs here on Twitch. Ever. I randomly saw it just now. So config, are you saying from the CLI or are you saying in, like, you can just chat this stuff in regular chat. I don't think that matters. I don't think any of this is private. But if you want to message me, please do so in Discord. I don't see messages otherwise. You got lucky that I saw it just now. But yeah, Hunar, no worries. Yeah, have a good night. We'll see you again soon. Cheers. Launchpad GUI in desktop, right? Get cracking desktop. Okay, that sounds like a bug to me. And like for the workspace or whatever you're in, you definitely have Bitbucket configured. Hold on. One second, Hunar. Give me just a second. So when you go to select a thing, right? Like PRs here, you have Bitbucket selected, right? Issues, you have Bitbucket selected or whatever, right? My biggest thing would be to make sure that you have the right provider selected here. But if it doesn't even load that far. Oh. Okay. Hold on. Would you be willing to... Oh my god. Hold on. No, my bad. My bad. That link was fucking terrible. I think join Slack community should work. But yeah, if you see this like link down at the bottom, please join there and maybe send it to me like via that Slack so it's easier for me to copy and paste to work. And you can get like some first party support for that. Right? Like, yeah, maybe join that Slack. Feel free to leave whenever you want, but yeah, join that Slack. Take some screenshots and yeah, I can make that a bigger thing for sure. It could have been a bug they pushed that just breaks things. You know, it happens. So the thing that's annotating the ending bracket there, ooh, that is definitely assorted biscuits. So hold on, Hunar. Let me copy and paste it for you. That is an extension I've made that helps me identify what that ending bracket is for. Right? In this context, sure, we see scripts. Sure, we see the other stuff. So VS Code might be all right at annotating that section. But it's not perfect, you know? So as it gets deeper and deeper in your JSON, you might benefit from assorted biscuits. Yeah, maybe config, and I'd like to solve that because the bug you're getting is interesting. And maybe it's a misconfiguration or something we could fix or something on your end, but honestly, like there should not be a way that you can get yourself into a bad state yourself. Rust. Wait, Rust does that by default, Hunar? The Rust LSP does that? I was not aware of the Rust LSP doing that, but okay, cool. I haven't done it with the Zig LSP either. When you say the Rust LSP, you mean like when you install Rust Analyzer? I don't remember Rust Analyzer doing that, but it's been a while for myself as well. Zig does so as well. Okay. Yeah, I took the inspiration from Dart, right? The Dart plugin does that too. So it's not like I came up with the idea out of nowhere. When a good language server does it, that's awesome. Okay, so Hunar, Zig does that? That's super cool. I don't even need to like update assorted biscuits for Zig. We can just use the Zig thing. All right, touche. I get it. Yeah, so keep in mind that this extension serves C, C++, C Sharp, or technically C+++++, and then Elm, and not great. Go, really good. Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, and YAML. And we could probably even add more. These were just the stable language parsers that we had. If you use NeoVim, well, I got you there too. Just saying. Just super saying. You're a Helix and Cursor user, Hunar. Okay. So yeah, VS Code should be fine. Like the extension for Cursor should totally work still. Anyways, dinner? Yeah, it's getting to that point for me too. 7:42 p.m. Yeah, a little bit. But you know what we can do? Yeah, we can bring that in. Business user. This is current role. All right, so there's something we're doing wrong here. I wonder if this is shouting out like a bug that we actually have. No, like it should definitely resolve to a number. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck, dude? All right, so I think this is actually a bug that we've had that wasn't called out in the way we were using it. Like, that is definitely. Oh, no, that resolves to a role hierarchy. All right, so what this is getting at is I could make this function more type safe, but it would mean I'd have to like do a bunch of other conversion elsewhere. Like every time we use this function, we'd run into an issue. And again, this is why so many people push back on enums. This is why people push back on enums. Right? Their ability to like compare things gets thrown out the window due to weird ass semantics. We could create like a string union for the roles that we have. And then we just expose a constant for the lookup of those things to the number that they resolve to. And that would solve this problem. Technically, enums should do that, man. Enums should be solving this problem. So yeah, this is where just TypeScript enums fucking suck, man. Yeah, like the only way we could make this work at this point is a bunch of casting bullshit, which breaks every assumption we're trying to make, right? Like it would mean like we lose type safety with every cast. Yeah, it becomes truly worthless. So instead, we need to refactor to types that we can use in that way. And I think just an object lookup using a string union. It's the way we have to do it. Even though an enum should evaluate to the same fucking thing. Like, how is the type checker that broken with enums? And I think the TS team is just ignoring that stuff. All right, so my beef is thawing. It's about 8 p.m. Should I fix it? Or is this a tomorrow problem? We do have a resurgence of viewers, so fuck it, why not? Does that mean, hold on. Well, Acorn's still streaming. Who just finished? Where these viewers are coming from. Fuck it, we can do it. We can do it, right? If a bunch of people just came in, we can do a little bit of work towards it. Let's figure that part out. What else was I going to do tonight? Play some video games? Ugh. All right, so welcome everyone hopping in here from wherever you came from. Cheers to you. Bink. What that means is, yeah, we got some stuff in here. We go to enums and role hierarchy. Goes away, man. Okay, hold on. You know what? That's just roll. I think that might be the right way to do this, right? We create a const as const to map these things to a number. So role hierarchy is still a lookup of the value that's being passed. That value simply has to be one of these like role values. It does seem like bullshit for this not to equal that. Like, these two things should be 100% equivalent. But it just hints at the fact that TypeScript doesn't give a fuck about enums, and they just don't care about making them good to use. They're a legacy thing that they just really want to deprecate, but they can't. So at this point, yes. I think the enum is a non-starter, and we'll see how much code it breaks. I'm knocking your window down. Me making that awful sound. I want someone to tell me what I'm asking for. Open doors? Is that like an open relationship thing? Nah, I can't do it. Sorry. Nah, we're good. Sorry, Niam Farrell. No, no thank you. I don't know what this song is actually saying, right? I have no idea what these lyrics actually mean. I like the notes she sings. I like the music behind it. The lyrics evade me. Big ol' miss. All right, so type string. Ooh, this song's super good too. Right? These are now just roles. And that simplifies so much. Right? Role hierarchy is an object that we can evaluate, and current role hierarchy is one of those values. I think, maybe, possibly. I think we can call that good. I would say we solved this function's problem. Right? So, consumption function, what's our dysfunction? Nothing. I think we got it. Consumption junction. There we go. Yeah, that's the quote, right? Come on. But yeah, if we go back to our has permission check. And this actually doesn't have an error as well because of how we look it up. All right, so that means that we actually have a really decent abstraction going. We didn't have to change anything about how we consume it. We just had to redefine it. And that's actually really good. That's a good hint that we had a decent enough abstraction. I'm okay with that. I'm really okay with that. All right, so now I need to get more music going. Does synthwave belong in a museum, Junior? It does. Oh, crooked beanie. Hey, haters out there. You can tell how much I've had by the crookedness of my beanie. When it's 1 a.m. in Seattle, hey, what's up? I'm Sam Griffin. Shit. So I think we're good. Right? As long as the beanie's not crooked, we're set, man. Ain't no thing. Anyone who's seen me at 1 a.m. in Seattle? That statement is so fucking accurate, it's insane. Just judge me by the crookedness of my beanie. Don't judge me by the look on my face or the slurring of my words. Judge me by the crookedness of my beanie. They are very different things. Judge me not by how poorly I pronounce words, and simply judge me by the crookedness of my beanie. Ipso facto, lorem ipsum dolor. It was Latin, so you know it's good. My fund has $26 million earmarked to deploy before February 28th. Interested in capital? I'm interested in funding. I'm not interested in a fucking loan. Sorry, yes, someone reached out to me on LinkedIn about that. Their spam messages before were, I got X million dollars worth of dry powder ready to invest in companies. Like, yeah, no, I'm not looking for a loan. I'm looking for actual funding. Non-dilutive capital. Yeah, that's bullshit speak for a loan. If you think you can make that money back before you got to pay it back, then go for it. Dude, no venture capital backed business would ever consider that. No business seeking VC funding would consider that. So yeah, no, it seems actually really predatory. Non-dilutive capital, meaning we don't actually believe in what you're doing. We just want to give you money and hope we get the money back. And if we don't get the money back, well, then we got your assets. That's a big no for me. It's going to have to be a no. And for that, I'm out. You know, like, how else could I, like, pull a Shark Tank reference out of this? And for that, I'm out. Non-dilutive capital, meaning you don't actually believe in the business. You just think you found a mark. How's the tech job market here in Seattle? Similar to everywhere? Pretty steady? I mean, if you're willing to go into the office here in Seattle, there are so many jobs for you. Ooh, there are so many jobs for you. I've been remote for like the past, I want to say 7 or 8 years. Not the past 10 years, no. But the past 7 or 8 years? Ooh, yeah, I've been remote since then. Someone would have to like double or triple my salary to get me to go into the office. That's how much I value being able to work from home and wake up whenever the fuck I want. For config, for you, it's a 6x. I'd say for like a 2x or 3x, I could do it. I could do it. Oh, you're saying it's been 6 years for you. But like the multiple is similar. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. 6 years you've been from home, right? Pre-COVID. Yeah. I wouldn't consider a company that didn't do remote before COVID at this point. Like, no, fuck you. But if I could get triple my salary by going into the office and then even maybe some like stock or something, that's what it would take for me to ditch stream. For like me to change what I enjoy in life. CM Griffin, what is best in life? Streaming 6 to 8 hours a day whenever I feel like it, as long as I make my meetings. That is what's best in life. Like, dude. And there are companies that would shit the bed if you gave them as like the minimum. Like, no, we need you to be a butt in seat from 9 to 5. No, thank you. I'll pass. Dude, every single company that's firing people is hiring still. Right? Like, Meta still has job openings despite the layoffs they did today. Yeah, like, it's worth at least my salary and more to not have to put up with the bullshit. You mean you want me to go into the office and put up with bullshit? That's triple my salary right now. I better be making $500K a year, basically. Oh, you can't pay that? Obviously you can't pay that. So fuck off. Get out of here with that shit. The only company capable of paying that is Netflix. As far as I know. There's no other company in the world that would pay $500K for an engineer. Like, stock options, maybe. $500K salary? Hell no. There's no single company in the world that does that. Netflix is it. That's it. So unless Netflix is willing to headhunt me, which they aren't, they never would. It's not a problem. 500K is crazy high. It is crazy high, but also it's the bare minimum I'm willing to put up with to actually have to go into a fucking office. Ugh. $250K here in Seattle is still basically like $150K in the Midwest. You know? It's really not that good. It's not insane. Your fucking stock options better be compensating heavily on that shit. But let me just point out, like, I agree. I 100% agree. Aquaglock. $500K a year salary is insane. No company would pay me what I value working from home. Am I making my point? I think I'm making my point. If they're not willing to pay that, I just don't want to do it. I put a massive premium on working from home. I put a massive premium on being able to work from home. To me, it's at least worth $250K a year. If you want me to go into the office, yeah, I need $500K a year. That's it. Which means I'll never work in the office again because no one wants to pay me that. So I'm good. These two things are actually not at odds with each other. They agree. If you want me to go into an office, dude, you got to triple my salary. That's how much I value working from home. I'm only human. Yeah, remote is so, you have to put a value on those 2 hours a day minimum that you're commuting to the office. Right? The most stressful hours of your entire day are commuting to the office. Right? The amount of stress I will, endure is just the fucking commute. The job is easy, pretty much for every job. The commute, oh my God, fuck that shit. If you want to have me endure the most stressful thing I will do in any given day, every single fucking day, yeah, you got to triple my salary. It's not even about the work. Would I like to have my own office, not a studio, but manage my own team? Manage my own team? Oh my God. You'd have to pay me so much for me to want to manage other people. It's not for me. Stefanani, I want to actually start up a startup, at which point I'll have to hire people. My goal is to hire people that manage people. Are you saying me managing everyone's individual contributions? Fuck that shit. Hell no, dude. I just want productivity, right? We can figure that out. I don't want to fire anybody. But hey, manager, is there someone on your team not performing? Well then, yeah, fire them. You were spending $40 to $50 a day just to drive, park, and eat. And that doesn't even equate what your time is actually worth. Haxer, right? Just imagine how much your hour is worth to the company. But because you weren't on the clock during your commute, they don't give a fuck. Right? But how much is your hour worth to the company? You have to equate that to how much you're actually spending to get to work. And then you're spending at least $500 a day. Maybe not that. Maybe $300 to $500, depending on the company. $300 to $500 per day just from time investment, parking, extra stress, etc. Dude, per day. Fuck that. Nah, man. No company could pay me enough unless they want to triple my fucking salary. It ain't going to happen because I've been remote since before COVID. This isn't something some company just gave me because they had to. This is something I've argued and fought for every single day I've worked. And companies have paid me to do it for most of my career. I'm not some brand new remote coder. Companies have paid me to do remote coding most of my career. There's just companies that don't understand that. They think people got like spoiled by COVID, right? No, man. Book the meetings you need me to be in. Yes, I missed a few at a company that sucked. Because at the time I suffered from cluster headaches. I actually haven't had those, so I really do actually think those might have been like stress driven. So I'm actually kind of glad I don't work for that company anymore anyway. That company was causing me to have headaches that woke me up in the middle of the night. I haven't had a cluster headache like that in years. There is definitely something to that. I thought it was purely based upon like weather. No, it's also based upon the stress of the job. And fucking up my sleep cycle for some bullshit job. Yes, config, that's what I'm getting at. I would need a CTO or a VP of engineering or someone that would actually like be that buffer between me and the engineers. I would need some type of management to do that as a startup. I would hire that person and they would be worth their fucking money. Depending on the cost. As a solo founder, I do need someone like that. I don't think I need a CTO because I can actually fill the CEO, CTO role. I just need to be able to hire someone that can fill in the gaps, you know? How many hours straight per day I'd say I do as a not working... I work for a company right now. I'm not sure I understand the question. I work for a company that values asynchronous work because I just make content. I'm a content creator as a developer advocate for GitKraken. But that job does not require me to be a butt-in seat for any hours. I can edit, I can do stuff, I can work on my weekends, which I like to do. So, Stefanani, I stream. Let's do this. We're at, 7 hours on stream now? Can we just recognize I do that like 5 days a week? So I do 40 hours a week on my own stream, on my own content, in which I might mention GitKraken. I might like point out some features and do some of that stuff. But I also do work off stream, right? Like I'm a content creator. So a lot of what I do is creating situations like code and repos in which I can make a video about the stuff I do and all that bullshit. I just got my performance review. Could I put in more work? Maybe. But everyone that's worked with me is stoked to do so. Every single person that occupies my time as a developer advocate wishes they could occupy more. I believe I deliver value rather than equating my work to hours. That's the important thing. I'm salaried. Salary does not dictate some amount of hours. Salary dictates the amount of value the company gets out of your work. That's it. Any company that thinks salary equals hours is fucking bullshitting you and trying to exploit you. That's how that works. They should be paying you hourly if they think salary dictates hours. It doesn't. Salary dictates getting the job done. Any company that thinks the salary they pay you means you're working 2,000 hours a year or some bullshit. No, that's not how that works. They're fucking up. They should just be paying you hourly instead. And when they overwork you, they should be paying for the overworking. Many companies think that paying a salary means they can overwork you and you just won't say anything. How many people work a job where like they totally expect you to put in extra hours? Even if you're not like, you know, working 9 to 5, like they expect you to do more. They want more. They definitely want more every single time. They think salary affords them more. That's not what salary means. Salary is about expectations and the value you deliver. Any company that equates that shit to hours, I mean, they wouldn't have a problem in this current administration, but they should in any administration that protects workers. Because they're paying for the value you deliver, not the hours you work. If they wanted to pay you for the hours you work, they should be paying you hourly. And most of them realize that if they were to pay you hourly, when they want to overwork you because, hey man, we're on crunch time for the next release, right? You're working like overtime. Well, yeah, you're salaried, so we don't have to pay you for that overtime, but we do need 10 hours a day for this next week or two. And then it just so happens that those crunch times happen every other fucking pay period. That's how you know you work at a company that's trying to exploit you. It's that easy. It's really simple, actually. No salaried job should be equating your effort to hours. It just doesn't work that way. Are you delivering value? If the answer is yes, the hours you worked don't matter. And that's a constant conversation to have. That is absolutely a constant conversation to have. What am I currently working on? Well, yeah, we're bullshitting. We're doing some like permissions bullshit for the app. And I should probably go use the restroom. We're at 8:30 p.m., but like, you know, I just end up going and playing some game anyway. Hold on, what time is my meeting tomorrow? I have a meeting tomorrow at 9:45 a.m., so I could do whatever I want until like 1:30 a.m. today, right? No, I'm not doing butter chicken tonight. I am thawing some beef. And I did pick up a bunch of like pho premix stuff. So I'll be doing like some beef pho tonight. But it's just sitting there thawing in the like submerged water, vacuum sealed in my fridge, and I can do that whenever I want, man. So no, I'm not doing butter chicken tonight. I would say this week I probably can't afford the butter chicken because I need to drive into Seattle Wednesday night for Seattle JS, which means I'll probably stop off at the Bar Harbor, like crab roll, or sorry, lobster roll place and spend like $40 on a lobster roll. It'll be a double lobster roll, but it'll be fine. But yeah, like, that'll be my eating out for the week. Technically, I think on Thursday there's another thing I'm trying to do, which means I shouldn't even have whiskey on Thursday. Wednesday, I typically don't have whiskey when I'm like, day off until I hop into gaming. But Wednesday, I won't be gaming, so that's the thing. But yeah, Thursday, we'll abstain from the whiskey because I think there's like a startup event or a creator event. I forget which one. I could look it up. Let's get some other music going, though. Hold on. Let's do that first. Do I use Google Colab? No, I don't. I've heard it's cool. Like, it's not for me. All right, real quick. Let me go use the restroom. I got room in my belly for like another whiskey or two, but I gotta pee. Like, come on. Wow. Can I just say how much I love this hoodie? Sponsored by Growth Book. There you go. Heyo, sponsored by. What am I developing? A solid buzz. Oh, hold on. I should have finished what was in there. I didn't mean to fill it. Am I into Eurodance? Like, you mean like the Euro song competition? Like Father Ted style? Am I into dancing? Look at that fucking move. Oh, that one's solid, isn't it? So it has nothing to do with the Eurosong competition? Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm going to say no. Technobase.fm? I'm going to say no immediately. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, Eurovision? Is that like the song that I'm thinking of? Father said Eurovision. Yeah, no, a song for Europe. Yeah. No, this episode, solid. It's a solid episode. Yeah, Eurovision. That's what we're talking about. Damn right. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you get it. Total bullshit, right? But man, I hope Father Said wins. Hey, damn. All right, so half a bottle of Basil Hayden. Not ideal. I think I can do better. Does that mean more or less? What do y'all think about that one? So hold up, real quick. Let me just shout out. I thought I had a banger of a tweet, and Twitter is not pushing it. Like, how fucking dare they? Like, this is a banger tweet, right? Like, how is no one stoked on this tweet? Stefanoni, you're saying, is there something we can do about the tunes? Are you saying you don't like the tunes? Ooh. That's not a good look. Are you saying you dislike this music? Oh shit, is the beanie crooked? Damn it, people can tell that I got the whiskey in me? All right, hold on. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, now you can't tell that I got the whiskey in me. Yeah, now we're good. The beanie wasn't crooked, I swear. I don't know what you're talking about, man. Where do I find current synthwave? Bandcamp. Bandcamp. That one time at Bandcamp, I found some amazing synthwave. Yeah, just saying, Stefanani, what would you like to do about the current music? I mean, GM, please? Like, what does that mean? Good morning, please? Link, please? You can just do song. You can always do song. You know that, right? Like, you can always do the song command and find whatever song I'm playing. Like, config. I thought you'd been here long enough, right? I thought you knew that. That's my bad. That was an assumption. I made an ass out of me and umption. That's fine. Now you know. Now you know. And knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe. Real American hero, G.I. Joe. John Wick soundtrack? I'm going to press X to doubt immediately. No, thank you. I'll play all sorts of stuff, but I don't know. I'm good. I'm going to press X to doubt immediately. Does it just sound like fire? Like someone lighting something on fire? Like... right? Like literal fire? Because I could picture that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on fire in a John Wick film. Like, I get it. Makes sense. Right? The kind of person that just wants to sit around a campfire. All right, touche. Intense and weird AF. I think I already solved that category myself, so I don't need music to make up for it. Just saying. I think I already fill that void. Intense and weird AF, man. Bandcamp has a whole bunch of good stuff. It's currently owned by a company that I don't know if they're gonna like keep it around. It used to be owned by Epic, which was awesome, and I loved the fact that Epic owned it, but they just don't own it anymore, and they don't give a shit. If you want to support indie artists, Bandcamp is still the best way to do so, but there's probably something else happening elsewhere. It currently supports artists more than any other platform. Yes. There's another thing that could be better, but, you know, whatever. We like Bandcamp currently. Go to Bandcamp currently. That opinion could change any day now because the company that owns it doesn't necessarily give a shit because they bought it from a company that tried to give a shit, and that company bought it from a company that didn't give a shit. It's a little tough. Kind of a bummer. All right, so back to the code we're working on slowly. Come on, I'm only human. We like to chat, we like to bullshit. That's actually what makes a stream better than the YouTube video, right? Because we can interact. But yes, I do tend to get distracted more than the average YouTube video. Not quite as much as Prime, right? He gets distracted more than I do, and he's not even live most of the time when you're watching this shit. So come on. Come on. Prime is easily more distractible. Does it mean his content is less watchable? No. So I think we're good. I've only been live for like 7. Like, take it easy there, Stefanani. Like, okay, chill. Just chill. We're not even close to 8 yet. That's not even like a rounding error at that point. Like, I'm pressing X to doubt right now. But yeah, what up, Ninjatron, Mr. Sir? Yeah, how you been? How have your streams been? Have you streamed lately? Yeah, I just want to say this. Don't be a statistic, man. Don't be another statistic, man. And hey, what's up, Ashley the Bear? Shit. All right, hold on. Everyone on their best behavior. Ashley's here. No more bullshitting. I'm kidding. Sorry, I'm definitely kidding. You know me. I didn't take 10 minutes to reply. You said it took me 4 hours the last time you talked some shit about it. Like, come on. Are you downplaying or upplaying the amount of time it takes me to respond at this point? Touche, but also, I don't get it. The Zuck table? Okay, now I really don't get it. I'm not even bullshitting anymore. Like, I just don't get it. Shit. But yeah, on this quotas page, we should make one item, understand our user like preferences, etc. All right. So if we go to it, how does that work? And yeah, it's like this dude barely gets code done. I get code done all the time, but yeah, towards the end of stream, far less. I get it. It's okay. We can chill. Yes, I have always worked remotely. No, no, not always, always, but there was a long time in which I did. Yes, for sure. Well, hold on. Wait. Take it easy. Like, no one needs to be a jerk. Elaborate on that table from Zuck. No, like, take it easy. Right? Like, Zatch, like, be chill. I think we're good, right? We don't need to scare away new viewers. That's my job. What does SaaS stand for? Software as a service. No, it's okay, Zatch. Like, yeah, no, I get it. You're a VIP. Like, I appreciate you being here. You've been here way too much. You've internalized my combative nature. Let's just push back a bit. I can be the jerk. We don't need the VIPs and mods to be a jerk on my behalf. I can do that all on my own. No, Stefanani, like your comment was fine, man. Or woman, like person, right? Your comment was fine, person. I'm sorry. No assumptions. My bad. No. Like I was just pushing back on Zatch. Nobody in my VIPs or mods needs to be harsh on my behalf. That's my job. I would say VIPs and mods, be cool, be welcoming, be the best. No, Ashley, like you're not a mod, you're not a VIP. Only person allowed to be harsh is me. And Ashley, I'm just saying, I think you've seen enough of the stream that I do so. So I fill in that blank perfectly. Right? I think it makes sense now. Nobody's allowed to be a jerk except me because I do it often enough to compensate for everyone else wanting to be one. I'm just saying, Ashley, if you say hi, I normally say hi, right? Come on. If you sit in here without saying hi, like no one's going to say hi. That's on you. Config. No, if you just do exclamation point song, that's the link of the thing that I'm playing. Like literally, that's the link I'm playing. How did the first program die? It was executed. That's a solid programming joke. Well played, Stefanani. I like that. Hell yeah. I get it config. If you ever do the song command, it's literally what I'm playing. I cannot do anything else to make it any better. I just can't do it. Man, we got a lot of people saying hi to Ashley. Ashley, hold on. Wait, do you stream? Should I be lurking and like following your stream? We got another. Hi, Ashley. I'll follow just in case you decide to stream. How about that? No big deal. You don't have to start now, but we'll get there. Now, and if y'all don't know, Ashley is a really awesome mod of Snowcone Stream and probably a whole bunch of other cool streams too. Right? Ashley, you mentioned that you have like a 400 watch streak on some other streamer. I'm totally fucking jealous of that. Right? The highest watch streak we have on this stream is like 320 something. Maybe 330 coming soon. So damn, Ashley, you're fucking killing it on whatever stream you got where you're like at 400? Oh my God. That's amazing. Did I start dinner? The dinner is thawing in the water and, you know, I can actually cook it whenever I want. But yeah, I'll be doing some like pho, which with some like cooked beef. Slice it, throw it in the pho, call it good. It's the plan. It'll be delicious. Fantastic. Also, hi, Ashley. I feel like that could be a good meme. Just the hi, Ashley thing. That's actually kind of solid. That's Ashley kind of solid. If we just start substituting the word Ashley for actually, boom, nailed it. Roasted. Boom, roasted. Okay, hold on. That's actually a good idea. Ashley, a good idea. Yeah, totally. I like that. Damn, Ashley the bear is actually like plotting. Actually, sorry, is Ashley plotting our demise at this moment? I'm so sorry. That's my bad, Ashley. Damn, we took it too far. All right. We should Ashley do that. Yeah, for sure. God damn it. They totally left, right? They're crickets. They're fucking gone, man. They're ghosts. They're out of here. They don't want to have anything to do with this. I get it. Right? I actually get it. All right, so Stefanani Nani. Hey na na na. One second. One second. Hold on. Regulars. Add. There you go. Nah, 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 nah. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Like, no, it's fine. I get it. Digitally imported for all sorts of genres of electronic music, live stream 24/7. Okay. That actually did seem like a bit of spam, so I'm not sure how I respond to that, but it's fine. Whatever. Die FM? Yeah, I'm pressing X to doubt. Is it actually nice? I don't know. I'm good. No ads? I mean, some artists actually make money off the ads that play on their stuff. Like, could you just pay them? Or could you just buy their album? Have you done either one? I'm not a big fan of things that bypass ads unless you're actually buying the thing that pays for that, you know? Just saying. If they're an indie artist, you should probably just buy their album on Bandcamp. Or wherever else. Like, I don't know, man. But come on. Don't pirate some shit. The majority of music you hear here on stream, when we're listening to synthwave and all this shit, I paid for it. If there's an artist you want to support, you should pay for it. You should just do it. Yeah, like, come on. You want to encourage them to make more music? You should pay them. I get it. It's an online radio call digitally imported. Do they pay the artists that they pay on stream? They play ads and they like kick money towards the artist, towards like the percentage of like the ads they play? If not, I don't know, man. If you base Spotify is bullshit. Spotify is the worst. Hold on. All right, so I don't want to get up on a soapbox, but I will. If I could actually spell. So here's the big thing. And yeah, we should probably wrap up here soon. Andrew Hung. In his average month, when he posted this in 2021, he would make maybe $300 from 100 people downloading on Bandcamp. But he would make $1,200 from 100,000 people streaming on Bandcamp. Can you just recognize the difference in like the scope of those things? Could you just recognize how Spotify does not pay the musicians what they're worth? So at a small level, if you just buy an album from an artist you really like, you are going so much further than just playing their bullshit 1,000 times on Spotify. Right? Like, divide that, right? $1,200 by $100,000. Every time you play an artist on Spotify, you're paying them 12 cents. If I'm doing that math right. It might be less than that. Sorry, it might be 1.2 cents. Hold on. Can someone do the math for me? It's like I drank some whiskey or something. Right? Remove the 3 zeros. No, you're paying them 1.2 cents every time you listen. That's it. How long would you have to listen to an artist to pay them actual money for the value you get from it? Spotify ain't it. Spotify exploits musicians. 1.2 cents per play. $300 to $2,000 for 100,000 views on Spotify. I mean, this person making 1,200 sits right within that, right? So as far as like someone looking it up, the lowest paid people make $300 for 100,000 views. $300 for 100,000 views? That's 3 cents a play? Fuck. Dude. Do you think paying a person 3 cents every time you hear their song is paying them the money they think they're worth? Right? Paying them money that they would actually consider like worth doing? Worth making more music for? I guarantee your favorite indie artists don't make anywhere near the amount of money that could actually sustain them. Listening to them on Spotify does not actually support them. It's that simple. Is there an artist that you want to support to have them continue making music? Spotify ain't it. Spotify fucking ain't it. You want to support an artist? Spotify is not the way you're doing that. You're actually exploiting that artist by listening to them on Spotify, because you could pay them more in any other medium anywhere. I bet they make more from fucking YouTube ads. I would bet money they make more from YouTube ads than they do from fucking Spotify. If you want to support an artist, Spotify ain't it. Does it make sense why I don't have a fucking Spotify account? Because they exploit musicians. Spotify ain't it. I'm anti-Spotify, actually. I hope you know that. I am anti-Spotify. They do not support musicians whatsoever in any conceivable fucking way. Radio pays them better than Spotify does. Radio pays musicians better than Spotify. You're better off listening to fucking FM radio at this point. If you want to support a musician you like. And that's assuming that they're actually played on some FM radio that you like. Which is already hinting at the fact that, yeah, FM radio fucking sucks. If you want to support an artist, Spotify is the worst possible way to do so. I really hope everybody knows that. I don't know about SoundCloud. I'm sorry. Like, I can't speak to SoundCloud. I have no idea. I have some music on SoundCloud. Never saw a dime. But like 100 people have played it. Yeah, buy a hoodie from their, marketplace, right? From their like merchandise store, right? Go for it. Oh, I got music on SoundCloud. Don't listen. Please don't listen to it. It sucks. It's really bad. Hold on. Do we even have a link? Please just recognize I don't wish listening to my own music on anybody. You can go listen to it, but dude, you won't gain anything from it. I gain nothing from it. If you like it, that's on you. If you dislike it, that's on you. Oh, I've streamed it so much. Oh, Stefanani, like, you sweet summer child, I've totally subjected my stream to my own music. Now's not the time. I've done that. You just weren't here for it. You can be in the future. That's up to you. It'll happen. Now's not the time. I don't give a fuck about my music. I made it for the sake of making it, not for the sake of profiting off it. And most musicians would say the same thing, but damn it, do you want to actually fund your favorite musicians making the music you like? You should pay them for it. Abso-fucking-lutely. You should definitely pay musicians to make music that you actually like. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck with fucking Ariana Grande and like that bullshit, right? Taylor Swift and all that shit, right? Pop music. We're stuck with pop music if you don't pay indie artists what they deserve. We're stuck with pop music unless you actually pay indie musicians to make music. I'm not saying pay me, because I'm not making music. I haven't made music in 10 plus years. Any song you hear on that shit is easily over 10 years old. I haven't made anything. Don't pay me for music at all, whatsoever. Support indie musicians. Don't support fucking Taylor Swift. Don't support fucking Beyonce. Like, I like what they represent, right? Anti-Musk, anti-fucking Trump rhetoric. Oh, that's super cool. I'm not going to pay for their music. I don't listen to their music. I fucking hate their music. Ugh. No, Madonna is garbage too. I'm sorry. Like, ugh. No, thank you. I am counterculture. Fuck no. I'm not going to support some bullshit pop music just because they stand against the same shit I stand against. It's still shitty music. It's still just shitty music. Config, are you saying my shit or are you saying Madonna? If you're saying Madonna, I think Rick Rubin did at least an album for her. I bet he regretted it every single time. I bet Rick Rubin took the paycheck and regretted that he had to like do some bullshit for music like that. Rave culture, techno, and sci. Ugh. If you enjoy it, go for it. Please no. Please no. I'm sorry, just please no. Have I seen the show Dave? No, I don't know the show Dave. Do you mean Super Dave? Right? Like, I missed it. If you don't mean Super Dave, I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, no clue. Sorry. Do you mean the movie Dave? I feel like you mean the movie Dave. Right? Like Matthew McConaughey. The one with Lil Dicky? No, I definitely don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue. Lil Dicky? Oh shit. No. That dude's a good rapper. No, that dude's a super good rapper. But also, like, no, it's just not my cup of tea. Dave is a TV channel in the UK. Lil Dicky, I recognize Lil Dicky. It's also just not my cup of tea. His show is good. You're not a fan of his music. So, Zach, I take your opinion of it at the level I would probably be looking at it too. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, are we at 9 p.m. and I should just figure some shit out and we can just go stream tomorrow? Like, we don't have to like push the boundaries of today. I got shit I got to work on. I got bugs. We got to figure out why this dependency is no good. Did we push the boundaries of today? I doubt it. We could maybe push the boundaries of tomorrow. But even then, on this stream, I don't think so. Probably nothing special. Let's go raid someone. Let's go raid someone before Acorn decides that this would be a good stream to raid. Acorn, please don't raid this stream. Please don't raid this stream. What stream should we raid before Acorn decides this would be a good stream to raid? Like, come on, man. Acorn, please do not raid this stream. Acorn, if you can hear me, please do not raid this stream. We could go raid Acorn. We can make that happen. Okay, you know what? I don't think I've ever raided Tom Thinks. I'm not sure he's actually the right vibe to raid. But he's going. He's doing his thing. Like, he does a bunch of artwork and cool shit. Like, he's a really cool dude. Cartoon Puppets, Cartoon Mess Live. You know what? I've been following him for ages. I'll look up how long. That is the stream I think I want to go raid. Is there someone else I should raid instead? Year-end, Snowcone. We raided Snowcone soon. Ancient Gate. Ooh, Psychor. Itzoik. You know what? Itzoik has... Hold on. Here's the thing. Itzoik has shouted us out multiple times in the past couple days. You need cool guy. I thought I was cool guy. Am I not cool guy? Come on, Jolly Jumper. Am I not cool guy? Are you not entertained? No, I get it. Yeah, there's cool guys. I do think, person I shouted out, Tom Thanks, super cool. They're really good. We're going to go raid Itzoik. Itzoik has shouted us out multiple times. Ashley's gone already because Snowcone's live. Ashley is gone already. Ashley has totally dipped. Ashley actually left a while ago. Ashley is there modding Snowcone stream right now. Snowcone is another fantastic streamer. Ashley actually left ages ago. Okay, that's the right name, right? When I see a capital O, I wonder if it's actually a 0. No, so it's a capital O. All right, so we'll go say to Itzoik, say hi to Itzoik. I got my, gaming tonight. Yeah, anyone asking? Yes, I will be on gaming channel tonight, right? Gripping and chill. I'm not sure what game I'm going to play. I will cook up some pho. So we'll do that at least, like, while we're chilling. We'll put on some bullshit TV show or like something. Like, I don't know, man. We'll figure that out while I'm like cooking up a meal. And it'll be delicious. But let's go say hi to Itzoik. And you know what? I might lurk Itzoik. I might definitely also lurk Snowcone. And we can call out Ashley for not actually being here long enough. I just love the automatopoeia of it, right? I don't even know if I used the word properly, but you know what I mean. Come on. Anyway, YouTube later. See y'all again soon. See you tomorrow.